sensational stuff from Leonardo Zanni, and we are just about ready to go down with Jack, who is ready to speak to Leonardo Zanni.
Leonardo Zanni, what a way to start your 2026 season. An incredible victory here in Barcelona. How did you feel after that one?
Yeah, very good feeling. The race was long, but I just did it really great. And so I'm so happy. I want to thank my team and my family. I want to say hi to all my friends in Roma. Hello. Nothing, it's incredible. And race 2 I try to replay it another time. Thank you.
And now in Italian for your fans back home.
Sarà una gara abbastanza difficile, anche abbastanza lunga, dato che era comunque 5 mesi che non andavamo in moto, però ce la siamo gestita molto bene, per questo sono molto contento. Io direi grazie a tutti i miei sponsor, soprattutto a Talento del Sud e la federazione italiana, siete grandi, voglio dire grazie anche al mio team, voglio salutare anche i miei amici a Roma che mi supportano sempre, solo alcuni, però grazie mille.
Leonardo, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Here we have the highlights from race 1 in Moto3 Junior World Championship. It was a race that didn't disappoint. You see Daniel Jr. there into the pit. Bohosa was leading at the beginning in what was a hotly contested race at the front. And the start-finish straight through, absolutely vital time and time again. Julian Pugliese there taking the lead. He was able to maintain it for some time, but the pressure was always on. Bohosa returned to the top. He had started from pole position, and he was determined to finish in P1 as well. We saw action throughout the pack, especially at the front there. Quite incredible encounter from start to finish. Now it's kind of the battle around the likes of Ian Plank. We did see an instant win from the Ford and Cartouche. Both riders getting up and both tremendously frustrated to have seen their opening race of this season come to an end. That start finish straight again showed just how important it was. Zanni taking the lead there, but also trying to find his way back to the front and the leading pack. Again at turn 5, which is where we saw Bohosa crashing out with a big blow in the high side, saw his race come to an end. The lead. He would love to try and maintain, but as ever in this race, the chopping was changing. Rather deeper then, moving into a podium position. But then, just moments to go in turn 10, Leonardo Zanni took the lead and was able to keep it. What was finish of just a gap of 0.406. Leonardo Zanni with his first win. As we prepare for the podium moment. First podium of 2026 Moto3 Junior World Championship. Pugliese with his P2, also gets the black flag and our leader after race 1, Leonardo Zanni, will take the top step on the podium. Hearing the Italian national anthem. P2.
Per Giulio Pugliese.
And finally, for the first time in 2026, Ivan Ortola will be presenting the trophy to Leonardo Zanni. What a moment there. Ortola, Moto2 rider. And now we will be hearing the Italian Italian national anthem. Well, Zanni did say he was molto contento, molto bene after his opening win, 25 points on the board for the Italian rider. As they celebrate on the podium, the first podium of 2026 in Moto3. And what a race we were gifted there.
You couldn't really ask for a better way to start a new campaign, could you? That was 14 laps of excellent racing from everyone on the grid, and Zanni, as we said, got a little bit nervous at the start and kind of nothing happened just to stay in that group, and then when the opportunity came, he pounced.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible stuff. Leonardo Zanni managed to win the win on the podium by Pugliese Catalunya before the M1 distance solo ride. Well, Kevin Rossi was 5. Venezuelan killer Tina in 6. Ojuala in 7. Montana in 8. Singapore in 9. Japanese Costa in 10. Russo in 11. Stay on in 12. Sugar Mountain in 13. 14. Nicholas in 1. And then Catalunya in 16. Pablo Olivares in 19. Gutierrez in 20th. Timur Vargas again in 21st. Munoz in 2nd. Russo in 3rd. Soria in 4th. Fernandez was 5th. Milano in 6th. Fernando Bojosa 28th after that high side. Up Gonzalez 29th. Carlucci 40th. Travis Ford and Eric Taylor 31st and 32nd. And then we have the rider standing after our opening race. Well, no surprises. After 25 points in his Zanni, who leads the next line. And Carlos Cano, our last rider on the podium, was P4 with 13 points. It was such a phenomenal race. A representation of those results after our opener. Singapore in P9, Shoulder Mountain in 13 in the standings. Steady points on the board. Rider in the points. Well, there we have it. Well, race 1 has come to a thrilling conclusion here in Moto3 Junior, decided by just 0.006 seconds right at the very end, and it was Leonardo Zanni who comes out on top after race 1. Garcia won here 12 months ago in the stock class and steps up this season with something to prove. Milan Pavelich arrives as defending champion and knows this track suits him. But with new faces, renewed rivalries and 14 corners of technical complexity to navigate, nobody is handing out anything today. It's time to lay down a marker in Montbello. Round 1 of the Moto2 European Championship is underway. The 2025 Moto2 European Championship was won for the ages and began in chaotic fashion in Estoril. Not one but two leaders crashing out in the opening race, with Aradre ultimately the beneficiary, taking his first win of the season. Alberto Ferrandis made his ambitions plain by claiming race 2, and those two names would define the campaign. Aradre doubled up in Jerez, Ferrandis hit back at Magny-Cours and Aragon, and then in Spain. Milan Pavelich announced himself with his first ever Moto2 European Championship win, a result that would prove pivotal. Soro was consistently dangerous, winning in Misano, and in the penultimate round here in Catalunya, Aradre and Pavelich took a win apiece, taking the title to the wire. In Valencia, it came down to one race, a crash from the leader Ferrandis on the final lap, handing Pavelich both victory and the championship by just 4 points. Drama, heartbreak and history. It all starts again, right here. Familiar voice there. 31 riders in Moto2 this year, some of the best races in Europe. This is the Class Moto for 2026. Pavelich here as champion, the Podium turned 4 points and Valencia into a miracle. Aradre, the man that miracle was taken from, his back, and Eric Fernandez, who put his machine on hold 3 times in a row now, arrives as someone that no one can afford to ignore. It's time for Moto2, and an incredible race for sure. Here in Barcelona, the sun is shining. We're here waiting to see what the Moto2 class has in store for us today. My name's Conor Doty, and I'm here to enjoy proceedings with you alongside Jack Bain.
Yeah, another incredible race coming up as we watch on, or look at the iconic Montserrat mountain here or just outside Barcelona. It's going to be a hard race for these riders. Temperatures are still rising, 26 degrees air temperature, 15 laps on the Moto2 machine. It is going to be a tricky race. Time management, as always, key. But we've seen incredible racing here in this class before, and today will be no different.
Yeah, absolutely. From the beginning of action today, we've seen the track temperature go up by 3 degrees. So, as you mentioned there, it is getting a lot warmer out there on track. What kind of effect that's going to happen? Going to have with the tyres remains to be seen as well. Some Garcia fans there watching on.
Good place to watch on board, just looking down on the grid, a good viewpoint for the start. I think it's just over 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be said, we've seen so many fans here over the course of this weekend, especially yesterday, but today I've been taken by surprise. It's been incredible to see so many people here, to see what is honestly such fantastic racing in the FIM Moto Junior World Championship. There's a reason why they're here, because they're going to be bearing witness to history and see the stars of the future. But a day out, a Sunday, at this track, with this kind of weather, I don't think there's anything that can beat it, Jack.
No, not at all. I just came back from Park Burnley after the opening race of the day, and the paddock is heaving. You've got people in the stands watching on, so it's great to see so many people who've come to Barcelona to watch, as you say, the stars of the future.
Yeah, and speaking of stars of the future, well, the stars of now and arguably the past are also here present. Yesterday I saw Jorge Lorenzo was here, Joe Kelso was in the paddock as well, and we just saw Ivan Ortegal presenting a trophy. I won't say to who, no spoilers here, but there is a lot of people here enjoying the racing, and it's fantastic to see that.
It's not really a surprise to see too many riders coming here. A lot of obviously European-based riders will be in Barcelona because there's plenty of tracks to train at, or motocross, etc. But we just look at Eric Fernandez here on pole, and we can see and hear from him after taking P1.
I'm very happy. It's difficult in the training. I'm happy in the race tomorrow. Please thank you on the team, on the Josete, on the Barroso, Hector, and the people.
Fernandez then on pole and very happy to be there, as he will tell you himself. An absolutely phenomenal qualifying session from the young Spaniard, and he's going to be beginning this Moto2 campaign from the best position possible, isn't he, Jack?
He is, and it continues to run for him in qualifying. He was P1 in Misano last year, although he did have a 6th-place grid penalty, so he didn't start there. But then he ended last season starting from P1 in the last few races, and he's continued that on in Barcelona on home soil. So he'll be hoping he can convert that into a win, and he's won here before as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric Labala, Eric the Bullet. Is he going to get away well from pole position this time around? I will just let you know something. Yesterday when I was having lunch, I saw Eric Fernandez, tried to sit next to him. He was having none of it because he was actually practicing the corners by himself with his team. It was quite incredible to see. He asked me to just let me do this, just let me do this. So, sheer determination from start to finish of this weekend from Eric Fernandez on that.
It paid off for him as well. Training in pole position.
He'll be on pole. He'll be joined on the front row by Denis Foggia, obviously a very familiar name to anyone that loves motorsport, and in particular the MotoGP World Championship, of course, the Italian, a very familiar face.
As you said, yeah, familiar to anyone who's watched Moto3 and Moto2 in recent years. Foggia coming into the Moto2 European Championship and a front row in his first qualifying session.
You can't really do better than that, can you? I mean, you can get pole, of course, but he'll be thrilled to be on the front row. He's put himself into a fantastic position to try and get as many points as possible in this opening race of the Moto2 European Championship here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And what's sure to be an incredible race here in Moto2. Someone who knows all about incredible racing in Moto2 is our reigning champion, the number 44, Milan Pavelec. That AGR team machine, the pole was absolutely sensational at the end of last season, which isn't to denigrate the start of his campaign, but I don't think, if I'm honest, I expected him to come away as champion after the opening rounds, but he did so, he proved me wrong in such spectacular style. Just what a rider.
Yeah, he was a slow burner last year, but came through and took the title. Switched suspension manufacturers from this year, so they had Erlings last year, Showa this year, and will be started off tough as attempting to lead proponents, but has found a feeling now with that bike.
Switching up winning machinery, eh? Not sure. We just saw there Unai Aratre, who Pavelec denied at the last. He looked on course for it. He looked a sure thing for the Moto2 European Championship crown, but it was denied because nothing is sure in this class whatsoever. Here we have our P5 starter, Javier Palomera, on that Yamaha machine.
Yeah, P5, middle of the second row start for the rider from Valencia, looking for a good result, and he's got a good starting place to do so.
Absolutely. Very interesting to see what the Valencian rider is capable of delivering from the middle of that second row. He'll be followed by Francesco Mongiano, an Italian rider we've also seen quite a lot of in this paddock. Very impressive rider with the 49. Very interesting choice from one Italian rider who might have eyes on another one.
Yeah, Mongiano comes into the season, he said to me, around 80%. He had a couple of injuries in pre-season testing with ligaments in his knee and dislocated shoulder. He thinks he's at 80%, but with these hot conditions, 15 laps, a physical track, it might be tough for them, unfortunately.
Especially over those 15 laps, yeah, but even at 80% capable of putting it onto the second row, it's an absolutely incredible job. Jacob Rolston, another very familiar face. Great to see him back on a bike. At this level as well, Moto2 European Championships. It'll be very interesting to see what he's capable of doing. He's heading up that third row.
He is heading up the third row. A good starting spot in his debut qualifying campaign. Obviously, we know he's quick. Whether he can adapt quickly to Moto2 European Championship racing, we'll find out over the next 15 laps.
It's actually a question that I'm very interested in learning about with from what we've seen of him over the last few years, World Championship level, you have to say he's going to need to hit the ground running, but if he does that, then he's going to be able to really show what he's capable of, really show the talent that has been evident for so long. So it's really fascinating to see whether he does deliver. Alessandro Rossi then starts from P8, the Italian rider. That Eagle 1 team.
Yeah, we've seen Rossi on the front row before last season at Aragon, but P8, a solid effort from the Italian, should be in the mix for potentially a top 5, depends on what happens now.
Yeah, now we have Harrison Boyd, Carlos Racing. Carlos Racing don't put their strength behind the rider unless they see something very, very impressive in that rider. He'll be starting from 9. Just about ready to go then. Here is our starting grid. As we said, Eric Fernandez from pole. On the front row is also Fed Foggia and Pavelet. Araggio, Palomera and Mongiardo on that second row behind them. Then we've got Jacob Rolston, Alessandro Rossi and Harrison Foyt, as well as Fernando Gambias, Marco Tapia and Stefano Neppert. Behind them, it's Ruben Romero, Iker Garcia, who obviously came up from stock, Rossi Moore, Joan Gilbert, Jonathan Marot, and Joan Santos. Behind them, Marcos Ludenia, Marcos Uriarte, Emmanuel Brinton, David Real, Pierre Francesco Venturini, and Owen Van Dijk. And then we've got Declan Van Malen, then at the back, Jonah Eaton. Just about ready for the warm-up lap. We're looking at our reigning champion there, Milan Pavelet. And this is going to be the first time today that these riders are going to just get to really grips with each other as we prepare for race 1 in the Moto2 European Championship.
Yeah, so it's the last chance to sort of understand where the track is in terms of grip and temperature and how your tyres feel. Obviously, can't change anything at this point if you feel like it's not as you would like, but you have to adapt. A lot of these riders will know how to adapt and how to progress even if things aren't 100% comfortable for them. But this lap just crucial to understand where the track is.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, you do have to adapt, and that's also part of the formation of a rider. I mean, many of these riders out on track right now will have aspirations of getting to the MotoGP World Championship, the Moto2 World Championship. They're aiming high, and adaptability and the ability to react is one of the key facets of any top rider. As you can see there, it's 35 degrees out there on track now. So from the beginning of this transmission, that has actually changed by about 7 degrees. So that track is heating up, and it is heating up fast under this Mediterranean sun, Jack.
And it's going to just keep getting warmer and warmer. The air temperature also continuing to rise with, I would imagine, around 28, 29 degrees air temperature max today. But this is a place that also tends to trap heat a little bit, which can have an influence.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you're going to be making a lot of our viewers jealous by revealing just how warm it's going to be. Their living room, well, wherever you're watching. You might be watching from the beach. What do I know? Maybe by the pool.
Good place to be watching from.
We're commentating from the pool.
We've got the air-conditioned commentary box, which, as someone who doesn't particularly like a lot of heat, I'm very happy with.
Someone who doesn't like a lot of heat, but yet lives by the Mediterranean. Excellent. We'll ignore that. Yeah, we are on the warm-up lap then as we prepare for the opening race of the Moto2 European Championship in 2026. 2025 deliver drama from start to finish, and we're sure to see it again as we just get a look at that turn 14 ahead of this initial encounter between these Moto2 riders. We've got just seconds to wait before we get underway. Eric Lavala, Fernandez taking pole position there. Red flag at the front. The revs are rising. The green flag waves at the back. We'll see the lights come on in just a moment. There they are. And they're out, and we are away in Moto2. Eric Fernandez gets a great start from pole position, but this is such an important point of the race. Who gets away well from the starting grid and immediately on the inside? Dennis Foggia showing us just what he's capable of doing, but he's cut back again. Eric Fernandez leads into turns 1 and 2. Absolutely incredible stuff here to get things underway in Moto2. What a start from both Foggia and Fernandez, but it is Fernandez who leads into Sector 2.
It was Fernandez who got a good start, but Foggia was able to use the slipstream and take the inside line under braking at turn 1, but he ran slightly wide, and that allowed Fernandez to take P1. It looks like a bit of dust just kicked up in the background of the shot there, so we'll wait to see if anyone has gone down there.
Yeah, we'll wait and see, but for the time being, it is Fernandez who leads, and he's already creating a bit of a gap. You can see it there. He's still leading from Foggia, and Milan Pavelic maintains the exact position he started from, P3. He's going to be looking to use his experience and push on there. But what a start there from Eric Fernandez. You can't underestimate just how important that start was going to be as we approach turn number 10. We've seen so many moves here made over the course of so many years of enjoying motorsport here in Barcelona. Just a bit wide there from Foggia, it looked like. And we do have someone who's gone down there, Marco Tapia. That'll be frustrating, as well as Ruben Romero. Yeah, they'll be very frustrated with that. Both riders walking away though, and that's what is important as we look at turn number 14 here. And we approach the finishing line for the first time over the course of this race.
Fernandez built a gap of 7 tenths to Foggia, basically from turn 2. He's obviously behind at turn 1. Pavlet's looking to close in.
Oh, they do have a move there. Yambias on the inside of Mongiardo.
Good move from Yambias to move up into P4, provisionally up 6 places, and a good start from Johan Gimber as well, up 5 places, up to P11.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from these riders. A great first lap. We just see Unai Radje there looking to make a move as well on Francesco Mongiardo. Well, it's going from bad to worse for Mongiardo, and we have another incident there.
That was just yellow flags out from the turn, lap 1 incident, so there was no overtaking heading into turn 4. Looks like next time around the turn 4 should be green. It looked like that was the last light to be cleared up.
Okay. As we approach Sector 3 then, Unai Radje up into P4.
It looks like Radje potentially got ahead of Yambias, who was probably in turn 5. Obviously we didn't see it, but the number 10 now defending from the number 94. That is Emmanuel Brington's bike back in the pits.
Okay, informing us, and there goes Milan Pavelic on the inside at turn 10. He gets ahead of Dennis Foggia. What about that from the pole and our reigning champion? But it's a battle that is playing into the hands of Eric Fernandez.
It is a battle that is playing into his hands. The Spaniard just edging out a gap now. It was at the last timing point 0.939. Pavlet obviously very close to that as well as he passed Foggia. It looks like at this stage, obviously we're very early in this race, it could change. Fernandez might have this under control, but the battle for second is going to rage on between Pavlet, Foggia and Radje.
Yeah, Radje did so well to get onto the back of that pack, and it looks like he's going to be making it even worse for the riders ahead of him. Radje just looking to size up a move there, not quite able to make it. What I'd be concerned about is those fastest laps by Eric Fernandez and of course Unai Radje as well, but two riders really pushing here early on in this race.
They were the only 2 riders in 1:42. Radje a tenth faster than Fernandez on the second lap of racing. but he has to clear the riders ahead of him before he can use that pace to close down Fernandez.
Yeah, Mongiano just overtaking Yambias as well there. He moves into P5, relegating Yambias to P6. And there goes Oradre on the inside. Oh, Dennis Foggia, is he able to make it stick? Well, it looks like he is. What a move at turn 5 there.
Turn 5, we've mentioned it so many times, we'll continue to mention it. A very tricky corner, off camber, downhill, elevation changes, very difficult to get right, but you can make a move there, and that's exactly what Oradre did.
Yeah, Oradre, a real veteran of the Moto2 European Championship, and he's shown his experience, his maturity there. He's done so well after maybe not the best qualifying performance of his lifetime, so absolutely fantastic stuff from Oradre to get himself into a podium position.
We just saw heading through turn 9 Palomera and Yambias side by side, and that is a very difficult move to pull off, but Palomera comes out in P6 ahead of the Uruguayan.
We've got two right-handers now, sweeping right-handers as we go down towards the start-finish straight. We're going to be heading into turn number 14 now. Is anyone able to make a move before we go onto the straight? Oh, there's one.
I wonder if Yambias has got a
Rossi
problem.
who gets ahead.
I wonder if Yambias has a slight problem because he's dropped a lot of places on this lap and he keeps sticking his leg out as if there's something wrong with the bike. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
But obviously the pace he showed over the first couple of laps, we wouldn't expect him to drop off this quickly.
No, absolutely not. We did see Garcia dropping down the timeline as well.
So Fernandez still leads from Pablos. The gap now under a second. So the Polish rider was quicker on that lap to bring it down under a second. We just saw on our timers that we had a crash at the final corner for Iker Garcia, but he's
That's the important thing. Yeah, I'll be very frustrated though. His debut moment comes to a swift conclusion here in Moto2 European Championship. We will have another opportunity, of course. We have race 2 coming up, but for the time being, let's focus on race 1 and what is a spectacular performance. An absolute symphony of sound from Eric Fernandez. Incredible stuff to be leading. Got away so well, briefly lost the lead in those opening moments, but took it right back and has been leading ever since.
Yeah, the opening corner is the only time he hasn't left this race, but it's worth keeping an eye on. Oh, there's someone down!
We'll have that confirmed as soon as we can. Eric Fernandez!
Fernandez from the lead of the race goes down in turn 10. He has rejoined, but that is his victory hope over. Just as we were saying, he perhaps had it a little bit under control.
It's one of the most difficult things about where we can position a camera as well. We just missed that. The race leader crashing out there took us completely by surprise. I was wondering, is that a Oradre? Who is that? It's just so unfortunate for Eric Fernandez, and a real example of the commentator's curse there.
Yeah, he's rejoined the race in 23rd place, although he is just making a move on Max Toff to move up into 22nd.
I think it's down to business straight away, doesn't it?
Yeah, straight down to business. In terms of points, he's around 6 seconds away from Nalu in E15. So providing there's not too much damage to the bikes, providing he can keep his pace, we'll just see a crash here. He loses the front just as he's tipping into turn 10. Very easy crash to have.
Absolutely. Turn 10, such a difficult turn to master. Hairpin, just moving into sector 4 there. He'll be tremendously frustrated, but he's back on his bike. He's back in pursuit of points.
He is, yeah, and as you say, he's around 6 seconds away from E15 at the moment, but given his pace that we've seen last season, so far this weekend, there is a chance that he can score points. What this does do is it means we now have a 2-rider fight for victory. Pablos and Oradre, with just a couple of tenths between them heading into turn 10.
Well, it's too early to sing for victory. We can see Foggia approaching as well. Anything can happen. We've seen that in the fact that we've just lost a race leader. And I think we have to point out just how important consistency is as well at this level. I mean, it's not the first time over the course of the last few years we've seen Eric Fernandez crashing out of the lead as well. So it's another frustrating error for him, just losing the front there on the previous lap, and just gifting Pavlich the lead there.
Yeah, Fernandez will be very frustrated with that. He's up to 20th already, so he's obviously keen to get as high up as he can, maybe score some points, just wait and see where he crosses the line. As we see Mongiardo go on the inside of Foggia, that is for P3 in the provisional spot on the podium, under braking at turn 1, and Fernandez, as he crossed line, didn't make any more moves, so he's still in P20.
Yeah, really just showing us how significant a crash like that can be. Everything is now coming and going as Aradre takes the lead on the inside of turn 4 there from Pavlich. It's another rivalry renewed between these two. It is Aradre who takes the lead. It's not close enough is Pavlich to make a move at turn number 5.
No, and interestingly, it looks like Aradre has straight away pulled out a few bike frames in hand over the number 44, so he'll be hoping that he can run that pace and pull out a gap over the reigning champion.
Well, it remains to be seen. Pavlich needs to make sure he's on that back wheel as soon as possible. Mongiardo is currently in P3 as we head down the back straight towards turn 10, which is where, of course, we saw Fernandez going down earlier. It does look like Pavlich is able to keep momentum as close as he can be for the time being. Not close enough to make a move there as we go into sector 4.
No, he gained around a tenth on that run into turn 10, but he was 3 tenths behind, so he wasn't ever close enough to make the move. Of course, if he can stay close to him through this final sector from turns 13 and 14, maybe there's a chance to make a move under braking at turn 1. But it looks like Aradre has pulled out enough of the gap to probably defend that at this point.
Yeah, it remains to be seen as we get onto the straight. These Moto2 machines are going to be reaching speeds of almost 300 kilometers an hour down this straight. They're going to have to be braking so hard, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to be happening. Pavlich just not close enough, but he hasn't let Aradre get away either. There's still just a bit of a gap between lots of these riders now, and we are seeing that one move.
We're just seeing on screen as well, Fernandez running in E20 after his crash. There's no more progress for him. He's around a second and a half behind Juan Pablo Urostegui in E19.
That's a big gap, even for a rider of the caliber Eric Fernandez. But now back at the front with 9 laps to go. Aradre is still leading from Pavlich. Mongiardo is getting a bit closer though, isn't he?
It looks like on time, yeah, he's just over a second behind, so perhaps he'll need these two to start battling before he is truly in the mix, especially with obviously not feeling 100%. But Aradre is just edging out another couple of tenths over the first half of the start. It's almost 4 tenths to gap now for the number 10.
And I do wonder if Pavlich needs to be worried as well about Mongiardo, because that gap is currently about just under a second, but it does look like it had been coming down last lap. There was about half a second between the two, with Mongiardo the faster rider. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that develops, although it does look like that gap now is over a second, so maybe Pavlich is just better in the latter stages here.
Perhaps, yeah, perhaps he's keeping more of a management of his tyres in his mind for the latter stage of this race. It is 15 laps. The tyres, it's a physical track. The heat, you know, it's very tricky, and it's a very grippy surface as well. So you are pushing quite a lot. So perhaps Pavlich's going for a more management-first approach, but staying in contention, that's the key thing. He's only a couple of tenths behind Aradre, not close enough to make the move as we head into the second half of this race.
No, not close enough to make a move just yet, but that could change at any moment as we head into sector 2.
Just see Fernandez in the background. Looks like he might try and move on Urostegui. No, he's not close enough. Obviously for Fernandez, there's no point taking too many risks. He's going to score a couple of points at max, but he will want to fight his way up through, and maybe at turn 3 on the inside,
absolutely,
barges his way through to move up into P19.
Not taking any risks there. Absolutely incredible from Fernandez as he looks to make up for that earlier crash and looks to plough his way through the field as much as he can. He made up a lot of time there over the last couple of laps. I think there was a gap of almost 2 seconds that he managed to reduce to nothing, eventually make that overtake early in this lap.
And just to keep you up to date on how far away from the points he is, he's around 3 seconds with 8 laps to go. He could be on the back of David de Leao in P15 by the last couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a rider of tremendous talent, but all to be thinking that that's his objective for what's left of the race. He needs to be composed. He knows that the win has escaped him, but still in with a chance with points.
Yeah, just looking at a slow motion shot under braking, riding style comparison. Unai Radre leading, heading into turn 1. Lots of chatter on the front of lap 5, but he's able to get it stopped, hits the apex. We see Pavlec as well, heavy braking for the Polish rider. Will he have the same chatter as Radre did, or is he going to be on a relatively smoother ride? Looks smoother, and then Mongiardo, Legao under braking, traditional as we see now in motorsport. But yeah, Mongiardo running in Q3, heavy braking for turn 1 as well. A little bit of chatter for the MMR rider.
Yeah, that braking is so important. That has to be absolutely perfect. So difficult for these riders as well to manage those machines at those speeds and needing to brake so heavily, so quickly as well.
Yeah, the braking zones here are fairly long just because you're carrying a lot of speed from the final corner all the way down the straight, which is over 1 kilometre in length. So heavy braking key, you need to have stability under braking. Ideally, in a Radre situation, you wouldn't have that chatter, but he's able to make it work. But yeah, braking is key, and it's also how you make the majority of the moves here.
Yeah, absolutely. Mongiardo is narrowing that gap with Pavlec for P2 right now. It seems to be averaging out about 0.8 of a second. But Mongiardo edging closer and closer. I don't think we should be cueing the jaw music just yet, but there's plenty of time. We've still got 6.5 laps here to enjoy in Moto2 in this opening race of the season of the European Championship.
Yeah, I'd say just over 6 laps to go. Radre, the gap is between him and Pavlec is staying the same, to be fair. It's around 3-4 tenths each lap. So maybe Radre is also just able to manage his tyres a bit. We see Fernandez again. He's now up to P17, just a 1.5 seconds away from the front. So my prediction of a couple of laps to go, slightly wrong.
Right, we are back on the start-finish straight then. It is still Radre who is leading Pavlec. It's going to be very interesting to see how much time Pavlec can make up here. They're both on the brakes there as we go into turn 1. The gap looks like it's been narrowed ever so slightly, but not enough. But there is still plenty of time for these two riders. Radre would have thought maybe that he would be able to escape, but Pavlec not giving an inch there. Just a couple of bike lengths maybe between the two bikes.
Yeah, the gap did come down on the long straight, but that's to be expected with the slipstream that Pavlec has, but still over 3 tenths heading at the last timing points at Radre. A slightly wider line through turn 4, but able to keep it under control. No harm done from number 10. Enough of a gap to defend into turn 5 with no problem.
Yeah, we really are seeing two masters of their craft here in Moto2. The two riders who are battling it out for the title in 2025. Well, they've resumed that battle in the best way possible. An absolutely incredible ride from both Radre and Pavlec for the time being here in Barcelona. Radre currently leading and doing a phenomenal job in P1. Pavlec pushing him all the way though. He'll be able to hear that bike right behind him. He knows that any error will be pounced upon by the pole.
You just see there from the graphic at the bottom, the lap time difference between them. There's very, very little between the two riders. Just to note, on Fernandez, up into the points now, P15, gained a couple of places on this lap. There's around 6 seconds between him and Stefano Neppe in P10. Perhaps ambitious, but with the way he's made progress, I would imagine he'll be climbing very close to Neppe towards the end of this race. Yeah. But then my last prediction is right. So,
your last prediction was conservative, let's say. So to be going down into turn 1, currently still Radre who's leading. Pavlec trying to get as much of that slipstream as possible. He looked almost like he was going to try and make a move there. And again, it's the same playbook. Pavlec gets as close as he can with that slipstream, using it as we approach sector 2, but it's just not close enough to really threaten Radre's lead for the time being.
Pavlec was closer at the start-finish straight on that lap, on the start-finish line, sorry, that lap. He was around 2 tenths of gap at 1 tenth when they got through the into braking. So he is closer, but you do need to be just a little bit closer for Pavlec to make the move. And through sector 1, Radre is just able to open up that gap a bit. But Mongiardo, as you say, visibly the gap is coming down on the eye test. It's now a second covering the top 3.
Just a second covering the top 3. That's the kind of racing we love to enjoy in the Moto2 European Championship. As close as it can be. Tremendous frustration there for the number 23, David Real. You see him going into the pits with just 5 laps to go.
Yeah, unlucky for David Real as he brings his bike in, gets out for a strong Saturday. See, Pavlec looks like he was just going to try and get alongside the Radre, but thinks better of it, slots into P2. Aradre able to take a slightly wider line for the second part of turn 10 and into turn 11. Pavlet's a slightly tighter line, but not close enough to get fully alongside or make the move.
Yeah, but if you can take advantage of those slightly wider lines from the lead rider, well, that gap is going to be coming down and down and down, and there's still plenty of time for Pavelich to make his move. As we mentioned, the rivalry between these two is now approaching legendary status. Pavelich just looking behind there to see where Mongiardo is. You need to be focusing on the rider in front of you, Pavelich, and you are getting closer and closer in that slipstream. How close is he going to be? Is he going to be able to make a move here? Well, he looks oh so close, but not close enough. Aradre manages to maintain his lead once again. We've seen it time and time again over the last few laps, but Aradre must be thinking, I need to be perfect here. I need to be perfect going into every corner, especially the likes of turn 5 and the likes of turn 10.
Aradre, yeah, he does need to hit all of his markers. Pavlet again was closer as they crossed the start-finish line to start this lap, which meant he was even closer under braking at someone, but just, again, not quite close enough. The gap was under a tenth at one point. Again, Aradre looks like he's been able to stretch the gap out over this sector, now over 2 tenths, but Mongiardo now just 7 tenths away from him. The number 49 is closing in on these two.
Yeah, Aradre also just on that left-handed turn 5. He's just absolutely perfect going into it. So Pavelich isn't going to be able to see any look there, I don't think. As Eric Fernandez move up once again, moving into P13 now at Marcus Denny's expense. So absolutely incredible stuff from our former race leader who crashed out and is now had to plough his way through the field, and he's doing so effectively with a combine harvester, because that is sensational stuff from the young Spaniard.
Yeah, Fernandez now 4 seconds away from Nepa with 4 laps to go, so probably unlikely that he'll catch the Italian, but he's less than a second away from Nalus ahead, and Rossi Moore is 2 seconds ahead.
Everyone is watching and listening. Obviously, we know that Jack Haley's predictions tend to be conservative. So, judging by that, I wouldn't rule out Eric Fernandez in a podium position at this point.
I think that's very ambitious, Connor.
Deliberately facetious.
Just on the run into turn 1, it looks like Pavlet under braking at turn 1 moves into the lead ahead of Aradre.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, it's been coming for a long time. It's been sizing it up for several laps. Has Milan Pavlich, our 2025 Moto2 European champion. This time he was close enough. He took advantage of the slipstream on that start-finish straight and is now ahead and is already pulling several bike lengths ahead. But Aradre is not going to be giving up. He's been relegated to P2 for the time being. But for how long? And that has also worked perfectly into the hands of Francesco Mongiardo, who is now very much in this battle for the win. What a move there. Let's take another look. Well, they took different lines, this time on the inside. It was the Pole who pulled ahead of Aradre, and this rivalry is one that I am going to savour all season, just as I did last year.
Yeah, if 2026 is anything to go by from this race alone, it's going to be a huge battle between Pavlet and Aradre. And as you said, Mongiardo is at half a second covering the top 3. Pavlet's a couple of bike lengths ahead, but Mongiardo is all over the back of Aradre as well. So the fight for the podium, the fight for the win's not over, but these 3 will fight for each podium position.
Absolutely, we're going to be seeing that and enjoying that and relishing it for what's left of this race. Just over 2 laps left. It is currently Pavelich who is leading. Now into turn 14. The sweeping right hand and onto the start-finish straight. This time it's going to be Aradre who can try to take advantage of the slipstream, or even Mongiardo. But Pavelich is really pulling away there. He's just surging ahead as we go towards turn 1. Who's going to be heavy on the brakes there? It is still Pavelich who leads from Aradre and Mongiardo. Absolutely incredible stuff from Pavelich. He's taken the lead. He took his time to do so, but he looks determined to hold on to it now.
He does look determined to hold on to it, and we're seeing Eric Fernandez now up to P11, a 3-second gap to Nepa to bridge over the final 2 laps for a top 10 finish. So perhaps unlikely. We're just going to see a move here. Oh, there's contact there from, I think that is Fernandez as he looked to make the move, and then at turn 10 up the inside. Is he getting 2 for 1 here? That is, no, he doesn't get 2. It did look like 2 for 1, and a bit of a moment under braking as well, and we see the damage to the fairing or the side fairing of his bike that he's managing, but yeah, climbed up from almost last after his crash to P11.
I mean, talking about your predictions, what about him not taking any risks, having to maintain a cool head? He's certainly not done that there, has he?
No, he hasn't. He has been very ambitious, very aggressive, and he's fought his way into the points.
Now we are at turn 10, and it's still Pavlic who is leading from Aradre, and Mondiano seems to have dropped a bit further back there.
Yeah, he's now over a second behind Aradre in second, 1.5 for Pavlic. So maybe a bit of physical management from Mondiano, given the injuries he sustained over the pre-season, knowing that he's got a 4-second gap to P4, bring home the podium in race 1 of the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and 80% has happened. Tremendous showing.
It is heading on to the final lap then, and it is Pavlic who's got a 7/10 of a second lead over Aradre, so definitely no move into turn 1. Pavlic really just needs to hit his markers and keep this under control.
Yeah, he's done so well to do exactly that. Since taking the lead, Milan Pavlic, he's shown us exactly why he is the reigning champion. As we sweep through turn 3 there with the pole, he's got Aradre behind him, but Aradre is not as close as he needs to be if he's going to make some kind of move. He needs to be making up this gap as soon as possible. It looks almost unsurmountable. We've seen incredible stuff from the Spaniard before. Is he able to repeat it here in Barcelona? It's going to be so tough for him though, as Pavlic leads into turn 5 and that left-hander. And look at those faces. Look at the tension in that AGR team box. Their rider could be on course to finish 2020, to start 2026 as he finished 2025, sorry. Absolutely incredible stuff here. Pavlic took his time as we head down the straight towards turn number 10. He's still leading from Aradre, and he's doing an incredible job. He's showing us exactly why he won that 2025 crown.
He is, managed ride, I guess you would say, from Pavlic. Running in the podium fight as Fernandez looked to bolt, but stayed in the mix for the podium, and then when Fernandez crashed, took advantage to fight with Aradre for victory. But it is Pavlic now routing the final 2 corners.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. What a ride, as you said there, from Milan Pavlic. He's delivered such racecraft, he's shown us such composure. He was biding his time to take the lead, and now he has taken the win. It is Milan Pavlic who wins the opening race in 2026 in the Moto2 European Championship, ahead of Unai Aradre and Francesco Mondiano. What a ride as well from Eric Fernandez, who crashed out of the lead and is now crossing the line in P11. Valuable points on the board for what I'm sure will be a real effort to win the championship this time around. He's such a fantastic rider, but no one can take anything away from Milan Pavlic.
No, a superb ride from the Polish rider, and the perfect way to start your title before his title defence with a victory ahead of Aradre. Just on Fernandez, as you say, battled his way back into the points with P11 in the end. Could be crucial at the end of the season. He was able to recover, make up a huge load of places as he came P11, finishing just 1.4 seconds away from Nepa in the top 10. So my prediction wasn't far away.
Your prediction wasn't far away at all. Very impressive prediction, if anything. So it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how this season develops. It's going to be very useful information as well for Eric Fernandez, not just for race 2 here in Barcelona, but good experience for the rest of the season, having to find his way through the pack there, doing so in such incredible style. Unai Aradre there, just acknowledging Francesco Mondiano. Both of them will be on the podium. That's a sensational opening race there, a little wheelie from Aradre as well to celebrate. There is our winner, Milan Pavlic, the reigning champion and championship leader in this opening event here in Barcelona. What a day it's been so far for him, and what a race he delivered there. He'll be absolutely thrilled, and you can see what it means to him as well with that wheelie. Just took his time, so calm, so collected. However, will be tremendously frustrated, starting from pole position, dropping down to that crash from the lead, 23, and then finally finishing in P11. Very valuable points on the board for the Podium flag. Well, worthy applause there for Eric Fernandez. As we move on to Parc Fermé, we will be hearing from our winner Milan Pavlic shortly. For the time being, let's just enjoy these riders relish the first podium of the year. What an absolutely incredible podium, and what an incredible ride it was as well for our trio of podium finishes, Pavlic, Oradre and Mongiano. Fans there watching on. As close as possible to proceeding to Parc Fermé. There we can see the young Polish rider. 25 points on the board after the first place finish. Congratulated by his team. They'll be absolutely thrilled with that. Started from P3. Didn't actually take the lead until we just had 4 laps to go. There's Unai Oradre. Has to accept second place, those 20 points. Now with Moto4 Racing. Just explaining exactly what happened there. We did see a great deal of chatter when he was entering into turn 1 in that phenomenal rider style comparison. Here we have Francesco Mongiano. 16 points on the board. Worthy podium finisher. Looked like within a 1 point capable of pushing for the win. It just wasn't quite close enough. And here we have the winning overtake then. It was at turn 1. Just different lines between our two riders, and on the inside swooped the Polish rider Milan Pavlic to get ahead of Unai Oradre, and from that point on he was able to maintain the lead with calm, a collected and a composed ride as we prepare for podium and to hear from our race winner as well. The fans there enjoying the shade here as the sun really does beat down here in Barcelona. We are ready now to hear from Milan Pavlic, our race winner in the opening race of the Moto2 European Championship in 2026.
Milan, victory in race 1 of the 2026 season, the perfect way to start your title defense.
Yeah, really good start of the season. I'm really happy that I came back in the podium and in the first place. Oh, amazing. It was super hot, super difficult. The managing time was the key. We make it perfectly with my team. So I want to say thank you to the Showa, to Pence and to Nissan Brakes. We grow a lot in this year, and we make a really good job together. And we are going in a good way. So thank you everybody. And yeah, let's wait for the second race.
And just encourage for your fans back home.
Tak jak chcieliśmy, udało nam się pierwsze miejsce. Wiedzieliśmy, że mamy szansę na podium, mieliśmy dobre tempo. No i tak jak jesteśmy na pierwszej pozycji, bardzo się cieszę, że mogę znowu wrócić tutaj do Mistrzostw Europy, znowu się ścigać. Zrobiliśmy bardzo dobrą pracę, jeśli chodzi o zawieszenie czoła i Nissin. Idziemy w dobrym kierunku, nawzajem się wspieramy z teamem. Także dziękuję wszystkim sponsorom, którzy do mnie dołączyli. I nie tylko tym, którzy dołączyli, tylko tym, którzy zostali, bo bez nich bym tu nie był. I co, czekamy na drugi wyścig, postaramy się obronić pierwsze miejsce.
Milan, thank you, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Here we have the highlights then from race 1 of the Moto2 European Championship in 2026. Eric Fernandez stormed away from pole, briefly overtaken by Denis Foggia, but he was able to reclaim the lead straight away in what was a high-octane encounter in Moto2. Fernandez storming away. We saw some incredible moves from the likes of Mongiano as well. There was Milan Pavlic, our reigning champion, just making the move on Denis Foggia there to claim P2. in a battle for the podium that would go on from start to finish. Unai Radre as well, showing us exactly what he's capable of. And turn 5 there, making the move and making it stick as well. We then saw race leader Eric Fernandez crashing out of the lead, but he did manage to rejoin and did incredibly well to find his way back through the pack and into the points as well. Dennis Foggia and Mongiardo battled for a position on the podium, but it was Unai Radre who led for the majority of the second half of the race, while Eric Fernandez looked to plough his way back through the field, doing so in style and taking risks along the way. So important for the Spaniards to get points on the board. Back at the front, Radre was leading until this move in turn 1, when Milan Pavelic managed to seize the lead, a lead that he would refuse to give up. And it was the Pole who began his 2026 campaign exactly as he finished his previous one, with a phenomenal win and 25 points on the board in race 1. Here we have then the podium for the first race in the Moto2 European Championship in 2026. What a moment it is for all of these riders, beginning with Francesco Mongiardo, the Italian. 16 valuable points for him. Unai Radre with his P2 finish, 20 points on the board. I'll be very, very happy with them, despite that late overtake from Milan Pavelic, who will take the top step on the podium. Phenomenal ride from the pole. An acknowledgement of the performance of his rivals as well. Pushed him all the way. Chief Operating Officer, presenting the first trophy for the team. And once again, the third place trophy for Francesco Mongiardo to enjoy. FIM for second place to Unai Radre. Finally, once again, the winner's trophy to Milan Pavelic, who did such a fantastic job to begin his title defence. We will then be hearing the Polish national anthem, something we're not used to last year as well. Knows all the words there to Milan Pavelic, very important that he does as well. A fantastic moment for him as these riders enjoy the Prosecco on the podium. Thoroughly deserved. They can't enjoy it just yet because we've still got race 2 to look forward to in Moto2, but for the time being, well, they'll have a sim, enjoy it, why not, man, why not? We're taking a look at the standings now as well. So these are the final race results. With the win, followed by Unai Radre and Francesco Mongiardo on the podium. Burris finishing P4, Palomero in P5, Dennis Foggia finishing P6, Big Boss in P7. Good performances from both. Harrison Boyd P8, Jim Bear P9, and Stefano Neppa in 10. Then we had Eric Fernandez fighting all the way back up to 11 after that early black crash from the lead. We had Nalu's in 12, Rossi Moore in 13, Ludenio in 14, Santos 15, Venturini 16, Uriarte in 17, Yamri in 18, Uriostek in 19, in 20th, Norvan Trinity, Nick Van Rosmalen in 21st, Colin in 2nd, P23 Del Olmo, P24 Aizen Bomb, P25 Gabriel, 26 Garcia, 27 Emmanuel Brinton, and 28 Marco Pat. In 29, Ruben Gomez. Let's take a look at the standings then after this opening race. Pavlich, of course, leading after taking 25 points in that win. Unai Raja behind him, as well as Mongiaro currently standing in P3, and Morosi P4, Calamera P5, Dennis Podgina P6. 7th currently, Jacob Rolston, Harrison Boyd in 8th, Joan Jimber in 9th, Stefano Neppa in 10th, Eric Fernandez did manage to get points on the board, that means it's in P11, now losing 12th, Moore 13th, Ludenio 14th, and Joan Santos in P15. Well, an absolutely incredible opener to the Moto2 European Championship campaign in 2026. We saw action from start to finish. There were surprises. There was absolutely everything in that race. So make sure if you didn't see it, you go back and watch it. From us, it's goodbye for now. Absolutely incredible. We'll see you later for race 2 in Moto2. of Moto4 European Cup for 2026, and the first chapter is about to be written right here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. 55 riders and a single racer established the pecking order in round one. This is where the future of motorcycle racing begins. The youngest, most raw talent on the Moto Junior program, all with something enormous to prove. This circuit's 14 corners will test every one of them. But in this class, the margins are fine and the racing is never predictable. It's time for the Moto4 European Cup. The 2025 European Talent Cup, now reborn as a Moto4 European Cup, gave us one of the most captivating title fights of any class in many years. It started in Estoril, where then champion Carlos Cano crashed out of race one, handing Fernando Barroso the win and igniting a rivalry that would run all the way to the final corner of the final race. Cano got his own back in race two, but neither man gave an inch after that. We saw new race winners in Alvaro Lucas and Alex Longarella, the latter with a photo finish. Kendra Ramadita produced a stunning victory in Lightning Court as well, as the championship pair cancelled each other out before Barroso bounced back to win in Aragon. Cano then dominated in Misano with back-to-back wins to put himself in the driver's seat and seemed set to regain his crown, or retain it rather, but Valencia had other ideas. Cano crossed the line first, only to be disqualified on technical grounds. Barroso was champion by 5 points, one of the most extraordinary finales this championship has ever seen, and we are sure to see more in 2026. Here we have then the Moto4 European Cup photo opportunity for 2026. We've seen a number of exits, so we've got new names filling the front rows. Alvaro Lucas, so close to the title, is still here, for example, and hungrier than ever. We've got the likes of Lorenzo Pratelli, who will be on pole here in Barcelona. So it's going to be an absolutely incredible group of riders to see in action for the very first time in the Moto4 European Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be a thrilling encounter here. The only race of the weekend here in Barcelona. It's a track that always provides good racing, especially in this European Talent Cup / Moto4 European Cup class. Long straights, heavy braking zones, fast corners, slow corners. It has everything to challenge these riders to the full extent. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's stick with the new nomenclature, Moto4 European Cup. And what a phenomenal way to get things underway here. It's getting warmer and warmer here in Barcelona. That track is now 15 degrees hotter than it was at the start of proceedings here in the opening round of the FIM Moto Junior World Championship. As we look on at Montserrat there, the iconic Catalan mountain, absolutely unique in the world, as is the quality of the racing in this class. The Moto4 European Cup, it never fails to deliver, does it, Jack?
No, it's there's action everywhere you look. It doesn't matter if the field's spread out. You can be looking at turn 1 and turn 5 and turn 7, and you need to watch all 3 corners. It's that sort of race.
Arguably a commentator's nightmare as we look at the qualifying.
I'm very happy because this is my pole position here, and it's incredible, it's amazing for me, and I think that I did an incredible lap, because this is the record, the new best lap of the circuit, so I'm very happy. I want to say thanks to my team for the incredible job that they did today, but also yesterday, and now let's keep calm for tomorrow, and yes, I'm ready, and we will see.
Just about ready to get going in the Moto4 European Cup for our only race in the class of the day. It is Lorenzo Pratelli who starts from pole, and he's right to be very happy. He really showed us what he's capable of in a fantastic qualifying session yesterday.
Yeah, he sort of made a quick name for himself last year when he came onto the scene at Misano and was competitive straight away. And has backed it up at the start of this season. You would expect obviously a small step to be made between last season and this season, and that's exactly what Pratelli has done.
And another rider who really excelled yesterday in line was Christian Pirelli. He mentioned it, Pacini Racing colleague, so it'll be fascinating to see what he can do from P2 as well.
Yeah, he had a front row start at Aragon last year, has been on the podium before, so we'll probably expect him to be in the podium and the victory fight this weekend.
Victory fight. Right at the front. It's going to be difficult for the team to manage those tensions, isn't it? As we look at Antoine Nativi on the front row, I think for the first time.
Yes, it is his first front row. He had a best of 6 at Magny-Cours last year, and yeah, built on that quite well yesterday with a P3 in his 5 times.
I think we have to bear in mind there are some big absences from the front of the races last year who moved on to the Moto Junior, or Moto3 Junior I should say, class. So it's going to be interesting to see how those boots are filled as we look at Alfonso Dakian there, the Honda Asia Dream Racing Junior rider, another rider who excelled, took me by surprise yesterday. He was just so quick in qualifying.
I was a bit surprised to see him so high up, but again, we expect these riders to make a step every time they step on the bike, so it's perhaps no surprise that he has put himself fourth on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the way that we need to approach it, because these riders are improving every single time that they're on these machines. Victor Cubeles, Valentino Rossi, another rider who has a tremendous trajectory ahead of him. He's got so much support, so much potential as well as the young Spaniard.
Yeah, and again, there's another one who's made actually a massive step between 2025 and 2026. His best result on the grid was 21st at Aragon last year. He only qualified for 2 rounds, so to now be inside the top 10 is a huge credit to Cubeles.
Absolutely. Another rider here who is completing the second row, Edward Boxberger, another rider who over the last year or so we didn't expect to see so far forward, but he's parked it there on the second row. What's he going to be able to do with a more advanced position this time around? Because he's not going to be surrounded by other riders in the middle of the pack. This time he can get away well and try and really push at the front.
Yeah, he can push at the front. He's been in and around the top 10 previously, so this is a bit of a step forward for him, but he should be able to fight and secure that top 10 result.
Leopard Junior, Eduardo Salino, another burgeoning young talent.
Yeah, 7th on the grid for today's race. Previous best of 12, which was on home score at Misano, and comes from Moto, which also has a huge amount of motorsport history.
Speaking of motorsport history, where we are here in Catalunya, there's a reason why so many riders come through the ranks here as well. It's just a fantastic thing to see. But it's an international sport, and we have riders from all over the world. We are here with Irfan, who will be starting from P8.
A very good effort from the Malaysian rider on his debut in the Moto4 European Cup, a third row start, and we would expect him to be very aggressive throughout the first few laps for sure, and see what he can do.
Really interesting to see what he's able to do at this level. Obviously, the Moto4 European Cup is so tough, so challenging. There's so many riders with such talent. Leonardo Casday, for example, another team Racing rider. And if you are part of that outfit, it's because you've got a lot of talent and they're looking to bring out the very best in you. And to do so at this level is going to be very, very tough.
It will be tough. He beat Valencia last week at the end of the 2025 season. He didn't qualify for that race, but 9th on the grid in Barcelona, starting on his first full rookie season. It's a solid start for Casado.
It's got to be a big boost as well if you're doing the next team as well, as we said, it's a VR46. So if you're part of that formation, if there's someone in yellow that thinks that you've got a lot of talent and a lot of potential, I think it means you do.
You've caught the attention of the right people there.
Exactly. As we look at Ignacio Galan on that Frando racing machine, he's starting from 10.
Has been higher on the grid before, has had a top 5 race finish before. We'll be hoping to move forwards when lights go out.
Which will be very soon indeed. Making the final preparations, the final advice. And what is going to be an incredible race. Just about 5 minutes to go then. Look at Alfonso Almeida, Alejandro rider. P10 and P11 for that team.
another strong result for the Portuguese rider, beat his previous best grid result by 1 place.
As you said, everyone's making a step as we progress here. Every time they get onto their bikes, whether it's a big step or a little step, they all count, they all add up, they all accumulate, and that's the entire point of the Road to MotoGP program. Valentino Sanchez there.
Yeah, fourth race start for the American from Texas. Has had better results in qualifying, was on 5th on the grid in Aragon in 2024, but we know he also is capable of fighting inside the top 10.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask though here, given the conditions, given the heat, not just in the riders you're going to have to endure in the air, but that track temperature is going up and up and up as we approach 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. So this is arguably the beginning of the hottest part of the day. It's just when these riders are going to be racing.
Yeah, it is going to get hotter and hotter. I think the graphic earlier said about 28, 29 degrees air temperature. Track is going to be even warmer. Tyre management, as you saw in the other 2 races we've had so far today, is going to be
and that's something that these riders are going to have to learn. They are obviously the most, or least experienced rather. So tyre management, racecraft, these are all aspects of what they're going to be developing over the course of this campaign in the Moto4 European Cup. So with just 3 minutes to go, let's see who's at our starting grid. It is Lorenzo Pichelli on pole. He's joined on the front row by Christian Borelli and Antoine Nagigi. Behind them, Alfonso Dacia, Nico Bellis and Evan Bonchberger. On row 3 is Eduardo Savino, Cabal, Ifan, Leonardo Casadei. On row 4 is Ignacio Galan, Alfonso Almeida and Luis Santos. On row 5 is Finn Crutchwell, Ivan Rodriguez, David Sanchez, Jonathan Ravilla, Eric Wood and Vincenzo Di Veroli. Behind them, Ethan Sparks, Sebastian Ferrucci, Matthias de Vries, Kevin Sivieri, Luke de Vries and Noputpong Bun Prawitz. Diaz Wenzel, Alessio Arnold and Tom Ronan behind them. And behind them, Alvaro Lucas, who did receive a penalty. He would have been on the front row. Matteo Marolanda and Iker Rodriguez. So we're off with the warm-up lap now, as these Moto4 riders get their last look prior to the race of exactly how the track is faring.
Yeah, last chance just to see how the track is behaving with the increased temperatures and obviously the impact that has on the grip. We mentioned Alvaro, or you mentioned Alvaro Lucas just now. Yeah, back with a grid start for slow sections in Q2 that had been fast enough to be on the front row. So we'll expect him to make quick progress through the field to lead the points in the opening few laps. It's just a case of how far he can get up the order.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I'm reluctant to call it a miracle because we have seen it, but we've seen riders perform incredibly well in this class, starting from the back of the grid. I mean, several riders spring to mind, the likes of Brian Ariati, very capable of doing it. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see where he's able to end up, as you say.
I mean, last year we had Rami Deepa, who's now moved on to the Moto3 Junior World Championship, but he started from, I think it was P24, and claimed victory on the last lap. Obviously, slightly different for Lucas because he's in P28, but something that he, I would imagine, was studying last night just to see how he can make those moves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also going to be a very important part of his formation as a rider to really test the limits of his skill to get through the middle of a pack. It's such a tough ask, but he'll have belief, his team will have belief, because he's one of the most talented riders on this Moto4 European Cup grid.
He is, yeah, and as he'll also expect to be able to make quick progress through the field as we just get into the final sector of the warm-up lap, so soon everyone will be taking their positions on the grid.
Yeah, this is really one that I'm tremendously excited to see. The Moto4 European Cup in 2026. You mentioned it before, several riders have moved on to Moto Junior or Moto3 Junior, and now this is a real opportunity for so many of these riders to show us what they're capable of, show us how they've grown, and for the rookies, to show us their potential.
100%, yeah. You've got the likes of Fratelli, who in his first rookie season, or first full rookie season rather, will be looking to show that he can fight for the title. There's others like Lucas, who's been around a couple of years, who just want to make that step, get the title, and then move on. So there's a real mix of personalities and riders on the team.
That is right, as we are just about ready to go. The revs are rising here in Barcelona for the Moto4 European Cup in 2026. Just moments away, 13 laps for these riders to show what they're capable of. The flags are leaving the track, the lights are on. And we are away in the Moto4 European Cup. Fratelli gets away so well down this opening straight. Absolutely incredible from the young Italian on that Pacini racing machine. Just so well to get away as we approach turn 1.
That was an incredible start from Fratelli, already building up a big gap, 4 tenths at turn 1 over Dacquegan, who's moved into P2 briefly, although Borelli has fought back to claim P2, and it looks like everyone has got through the opening chicane safely. Oh no, someone's gone down just out in the middle of the pack into the gravel trap.
Yeah, it was very difficult for these riders as we entered Sector 2 there to just really manage that situation.
It looks like it was Antoine Lativi who's gone down. So after such a strong qualifying result, that's a shame for the French rider.
Yeah, that's going to be incredibly frustrating for him. But it is at the front of this race, still Lorenzo Bertelli who is leading.
Yeah, Fratelli still leading ahead of Borelli, Dacquegan in P3 with Irfan P4, Boxberger P5 and Sabino in P6. And it is just confirmation that Lativi was the rider who crashed at turn 3 on the opening lap.
Yeah, yellow flag at turn 3. The rider is see that okay, maybe we'll just get another good look at it there.
Just to the left of your shot, you don't really see what happens, but just the bike is sliding away under as he progresses through turn 3.
Yeah, he did so well on Saturday qualifying to really challenging this race. That is really unfortunate to see this race, the only race of the day in Moto4 European Cup, now cut short.
Yeah, it's a shame for the TV after, as you say, such a strong performance on Saturday. We've now got Dacquegan in the lead of the race ahead of Fratelli and Borelli. So obviously that happened when we were watching the replay of the TV's crash. As Lucas already up into P13. That is an incredible start from the number 46.
Yeah, absolutely incredible across the board there. Alfonso Dacquegan into the lead. Sensational stuff from the Honda Asia Dream Racing Junior team rider. Absolutely incredible. Are we going to see any more chopping and changing on this start finish straight? I am sure we will. It's Ifrin Cavill who tries to make a move there. He manages to take it into P2. Absolutely incredible stuff from Fratelli back in the lead, but for how long? As we go through turns 1 and 2, they're so technical. These riders showing exactly what they're capable of early on here in Barcelona.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Fratelli making the move into turn 1 on the inside and the braking, the exact move that you would expect them to make. Just looking at the timing tower graphic, Alvaro Lucas up 15 places on that opening lap. That is a sensational start, and almost already putting the penalty behind him.
Yeah, as we go into turn 5 now, the tough left-hander. Several riders trying to make a move on the outside there, bit of a moment, but all is as it was there. Fratelli still leading. Irfan up 6 places to P2. Absolutely incredible from the Malaysian.
A great start from, as you said, from the Malaysian rider up into P2 early stages. We did expect everyone to get their elbows out in the early stages, to be fair. And looking at the time tell, Lucas now up to P9.
Lucas up to P9. I feel like this is one of those races which happens so frequently in this class, where you want to see everything happening at once. We need several screens, we need split screens, but it's just impossible to keep track of everything that's going on here. Fratelli is still currently leading, but this is anyone's race.
It is. Irfan just behind him. There's little to choose between the top 10 or so in that lead group, I think it is. But on the run into the final couple of corners, we have yellow flags out at turns 10 and 11 as well on our timing screen, so we'll wait to see what's happened there. But Fratelli leads out of turn 14. Alvaro Lucas now up to 7th. He's really in the mix for the victory at this point.
Yeah, Lucas absolutely flying there. Penalty, what penalty? Absolutely incredible stuff. And you can see Alvaro Lucas is into the 150s. He's the fastest rider by about 0.2 of a second of any of them on track right now. And we just see that Christian Borelli trying to make a move.
Yes, Borelli has taken lead. Alessio Arnold has crashed as well. That was at turn 10, so that was the yellow flags. But it is Borelli who takes the lead from Fratelli, and Dacquegan slots into P3.
Absolutely sensational stuff from Christian Pirelli, giving it absolutely everything. And as it stands, we do have a 1-2 for the team Edgefit Pessini Racing. Absolutely incredible start to this race.
Yeah, we've just seen the TV bring his bike back into the pits as the field rounds turn 4. It is Dagbagan who now leads, but Fratelli on the inside at turn 5 doesn't make the move, but he's got the tighter line. Is he able to get the cutback? No, it is Dagbagan who holds on to P1.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Dagbagan, who is currently leading, and there we have confirmation of the fastest lap from Alvaro Lucas. Absolutely sensational, 150.925. He's just that bit faster than everyone else, but he's already absolutely in the mixer for the victory after a penalty that put him at the back of the grid.
Yeah, that is an incredible opening couple of laps for Lucas. He's actually now in the podium places. He's just moved into P3. Can he defend that through turn 10? In fact, Pretenti's gone wide, so Lucas is up to second.
Absolutely sensational stuff from Alvaro Lucas. Well, no, he's only got one rider ahead of him. Is he going to be able to match him for speed? Is he going to be able to match him here as we approach turn 13 and 14?
That is incredible from Alvaro Lucas. Just the first couple of laps and already to be in second. We kind of expected him to be there at some point, but perhaps not this early. He's now got a good chance to fight for P1. He's a tenth behind Dagbagan as they cross the line, which means he'll have a slipstream all the way down into turn 1. Lucas could hit the front of the field as early as this lap.
Yeah, it looks like he might well be on to doing that, and there it is. It does look like he's hit the front. Is he going to be able to do it? No, Pretelli gets ahead. Lucas denied the lead, but he's got the title line there. Now Lucas just unable to maintain that lead, which he looks like he had for just the briefest of seconds. It is Pretelli now as we go to sector 2, who is currently leading, but for how long? Alvaro Lucas pushing him all the way as we slip into the right hander of turn 4. We've got turn 5 coming up that left hander, which we see as a perfect overtaking spot for so many of these riders.
It is an overtaking opportunity, and Lucas isn't taking the inside line. Ifran is to look for P2 but doesn't make it. So it's Pretelli, Lucas and Evan Boxberger is showing as P3 on the timing tower, but Ifran is ahead of the French rider.
For the time being, this is chopping, this is changing, this is the Moto4 European Cup at its very best. Well, we might have lost the likes of Bohosa and Gano, we have not lost the excitement. Absolutely incredible stuff from this new cohort of riders, showing us exactly what they're capable of doing and why they deserve to be riding on this stage in Moto4. And there is Camilo's just trying to make a move on the inside there, not quite close enough at turn 10. It is still Pretelli as we go into sector 4.
Boxberger looked like he was holding a tighter line through turn 10 as well. Lucas was actually looking like he was going to make a move on Pretelli, but then had to defend from Irfan. So it is Pretelli ahead of Lucas and Irfan, with Boxberger in 4th and Sabino in 5th. That one has actually dropped to P6, but look at the train we've got fighting for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we go around turn 14, we know what's going to be next. It's the straight, it's the slipstream. Who's going to be able to take the advantage from it as we approach the long 1 kilometre straight? We're powering down towards turn 1. You have to be so clever on the brakes here. Lucas, is he going to be able to take the lead? Well, the timing is set as Eduardo Savino.
Lorenzo Pretelli had the inside line in turn 1, so he has moved into the lead, but Boxberger, I believe, is also there as well, fighting for P3. So Lucas demoted to P4, Boxberger up into a provisional podium spot.
And it is Eduardo Savino who now steps into P2.
A good race from Sabino, but yeah, Pretelli, it looks like he's just managing when he can to have enough of a gap to defend well into the heavy braking. But Lucas moving back into the podium positions on the inside of turn 4 there. So it's now the run into turn 5. He doesn't make the move on Sabino, so it's Pretelli from Sabino and Lucas.
Camille does, however, make the move and move up to P6 there. Yeah, it's Pretelli then who does lead. Savino, well, he almost got a bit ignored in the opening laps there, just the sheer excitement of what was going on. But now he has really shown us what he's capable of doing on that Leopard machine.
He is. Just another rider who had a back of the grid start is Maralunda, who's up to P5. And we've been focused on Lucas because he was fighting for P1. And it looks like he might make the move under braking at turn 10. Does on Savino, but not on Pretelli. Although Pretelli is wide again through turn 10, so Lucas leads. But Maralunda is also up into P5. He's having a great race as Pretelli retakes P1 from Lucas. This race is incredible.
Absolutely. I think we're becoming very accustomed now now in the world of motorcycle racing to see Colombians performing exceptionally well on Moto3 machinery.
We are, yeah. Obviously, we've had a bit of a trailblazer in the World Championship paddock, and that looks like it's continuing down into the road to MotoGP.
Yeah, absolutely. David Alonso, are you watching? Another Colombian excelling in Moto3 as we power down the straight yet again. It is Patelli who manages to maintain that lead round the outside.
Just see someone taking the long lap. They'll just wait to see who that was, but obviously they will have to make sure they lose enough time to not gain an advantage, and it looks like they have. So Patelli leads from Álvaro Lucas in second.
It's changing a lot. Irfan again moving up into P5 now. Lucas still hot on Patelli's tail. He could change at any moment here. It looks like Irfan is consistently trying to take that inside line at turn 5. It's just not paying off for him at the time being.
It's not paying. This is a replay of Marulanda. Oh, big moment under braking, almost into the back of Sabino, I think it was. And that is why he then took to shortcut at turn 1 and 2. But he did obviously lose time. He got down to P7.
P7 for the time being. We're still very much in the mixer here. It is still, as we approach turn 10, Patelli, who is leading. Head-on personal making move, not quite. But on the inside, Evan Boxberger manages to move ahead and up into P4, I think.
Boxberger was wide through turn 10, which allowed Irfan to reclaim the position. Patelli less than a tenth clear of Lucas heading through the final 2 corners.
There's absolutely nothing separating these riders at all. Got just over 7 laps to go here. And this is just delivering from start to finish so far.
It has, yeah. What's going to be crucial is this run to the line. Whether Patelli, if he's leading out of the final corner, would take victory on the final lap. He was less than a tenth clear of Lucas at the line after leading to the final corner. So that will give Patelli confidence. As Sabino takes the normal racing line, Patelli on the inside to defend position. He does so with Lucas in second. Sabino for then the battle for P4 just behind.
Yeah, that's a move that looks to have cost Sabino a bit. It was a well thought out move, but Patelli was just ready for it, as we see Miguel Rodriguez entering the pits there as well.
That is number 23, I think, running slightly wide. So that was Ignacio Galán running very wide on the exit of turn 3 into turn 4. Drops a couple of places, so cost him positions and a bit of time, but shouldn't be anything else. As Patelli still leads Álvaro Lucas, and it looks like, for now, the top 3 have a little bit of a gap over P4, but the run into turn 10, you would imagine that would come down quite quickly.
Yeah, it's almost certain to receive time again. Actually, now we have the confirmation of Álvaro Lucas. Starting from P28, he's currently in P2. That's 26 positions he's managed to climb. Absolutely sensational racing from Álvaro Lucas. Incredible on that CFO Gaspar Junior team machine.
And it could be 27 places if he's able to make the move here around the braking inside. But Patelli able to defend under braking on the outside line. The Italian really showing what he can do there. Lucas looks to have a tight line but can't make that stick either. Patelli able to hold position despite being on the outside unfavoured line when in a fight.
Yeah, Patelli really showing why there's so much hype about him as a young Italian rider. He's performing to an absolutely incredible standard. And as we mentioned earlier, just prior to the race, the step up from Lorenzo Patelli to be able to perform at this level is absolutely incredible.
It is incredible. Just to note, the top 6 have broken away from Marulanda after his error, so it is a 6-rider fight for victory. Again, Sabino and Patelli side by side under braking at turn 1. Lucas not able to move into P2.
No, not yet. There's still plenty of racing left here in Barcelona in the Moto4 European Cup as we enter sector 2, and those 2 sweeping right-handers.
Yeah, crucial to get a good run through turns 3 and 4, heading into turn 4 now. So Patelli still able to hold on to Sabino and Lucas with Borelli in P4. I think Boxberger has just been demoted as well by Irfan for P5. The Malaysian rider gaining position. Lucas on the inside of the P2.
Absolutely incredible move from Lucas there. He moves into P2, as you say. Absolutely sensational on the inside of turn 5 there from Álvaro Lucas. He's going to be desperate for P1, but he's shown us some incredible racecraft so far. Absolutely sensational move on that very tough to navigate left-hander.
Yeah, very tough to navigate indeed, very tricky, especially if you're making a move on the inside because of the undulations. It's off camber. He's now got to run into turn 10 on Fratelli. We've seen the number 67 is able to defend on the normal racing line. Is he going to be able to again? Yes, he is. As Pirelli moves into P3, although he doesn't. He's not able to make the move stick on the inside, but can he hold the title line? No. So, Pirelli doesn't make the move stick in the end. He stays in P4.
Yeah, Eduardo Savino holding that last podium position for the time being. Pirelli looked like he was going to make that move, just hesitated slightly and just found the door shut.
Yeah, what that has done briefly is allowed the top 3 to escape away, but again, that gap is going to come down on this run to the line. And as you said, it's a 1 kilometre run down this back straight. Fratelli taking the lead. We see the pit board. We can't quite work out what was on it, but Fratelli leading on the run into turn 1. Lucas will look for the inside line, you would think, but
Pirelli as well. Just not no one going for it just there, but there's still plenty of time for them to do so. Alvaro Lucas in P2 though. Savino in P3. It is Lorenzo Fratelli who leads.
Savino was taking a tighter line through turn 3, and that put him almost alongside Lucas for the run into 4, but the number 46 was able to hold position as Irfan defends from Boxberger for P5.
Covellis has moved up to P8 as well there, just there. Doing well there, a bit further back. We're obviously entirely occupied by this incredible 6-way fight between the leading riders.
Yeah, it looks like Finn Crutchfield and Mikey Lou Sanchez have come together at turns 1 and 2. We're going to see a replay of the end of it here, or we'll see them in the gravel. But yeah, they're both okay. They're both obviously frustrated at what's happened there. But yeah, they've come together at turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, apportioning the blame there, maybe, I think.
Yeah. Fratelli still leading, heading into turn 10 and ahead of Lucas. The yellow flag's already cleared at turns 1 and 2, which is good for these 6 riders, which means they haven't lost an overtaking opportunity.
No, not at all. The gap between this leading group and the group behind is 2.5 seconds now, so yeah, absolutely, this is just these 6 riders in with a real opportunity to claim a podium or even a win in the opening Moto4 European Cup race.
Yeah, all 6 of these riders will feel that they're in contention for victory. Still 4 laps to go as we cross the line now to start this lap. 4 riders about to go side by side heading into turn 1 under braking. It is Fratelli who still leads. He's taking the inside line this time. Pirelli is looking to go further inside. On camera number 7 make the move. No, it is Fratelli from Lucas from Pirelli once again.
And Savino now at the back. He looked like he was trying to take a different line there, a bit wider. And it's a gamble that has not paid off for him at all. He's sacrificed positions there, and that must be quite frustrating. He's now at the back of this leading pack of 6.
He is at the back of this leading group, as you say. Number 21 on the insider of Boxberger at turn 4, gets it stuck, gets it done, and makes the move stick to move up into P5 as we see a crash. That is for Tias Wenzel at turns 1 and 2. Just seeing what happened here. Looks like he got a bit boxed in and just clipped the back of the rider in front of him, and that forced him down into the gravel and out of this race.
Very important situation for him as we go back to the front of this sensational encounter in Moto4. It is still Fratelli who's leading.
It is Fratelli leading on the run into turn 10. Lucas less than a tenth behind as we see what they can do. Fratelli again taking the normal racing line and not letting Lucas have a sniff under braking at turn 10. Although he is slightly wide, but Lucas not quite close enough to take advantage for turn 11.
Yeah, Fratelli has to know now that Lucas is going to pounce on absolutely any available opportunity. Everything has to be absolutely perfect as we approach turn 14 and that start-finish straight again.
Another crucial exit for Fratelli. We see the group behind being led by Victor Cubeles. It's been a great performance from the number 53. Just unable to go with the lead group, unfortunately for the Spaniard, but he'll be happy with this performance so far.
Rightly so, as we approach turn 1, again a variety of lines that have been taken initially on the inside when
Pirelli was able to take the inside line under braking, and that allowed him to move from 3rd to 1st on that run into turn 1. It's Fratelli in 2nd with Lucas now in P3.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been long time coming. Pirelli been doing so well to fend off attack after attack, but Pirelli this time is the rider who manages to get ahead.
Another attack from Pirelli into turn 4, but not able to make the move stick. Pirelli slightly wide on exit, but that will give him a slightly defensive line into 5, although he opts not to use it. Pirelli has a look, but not able to make the move. So Pirelli still leads teammate Pirelli with Savino now P3 and Lucas in P4.
Yeah, let's take another look at that then. Absolutely incredible stuff from Pirelli. Just nips ahead there by the slightest of margins going into turn 1. Fends off the attack and gets the perfect exit as well to prepare for turn 2.
He does, yeah, that was a textbook move from Pirelli, but can he resist the challenge from the 5 riders behind him heading into turn 10? Pirelli has a look, or Pirelli is on the inside, Pirelli had a look, Lucas had a look at Pirelli as well, but no change of positions.
No change of positions for the time being, but this is absolutely incredible as we go to sector 4. It's one of those races that you just don't want it to end. Anything can happen in Moto4 as we approach turn 14. The exit is going to need to be perfect here for all of these riders with a valuable opportunity to overtake. No one biting, and now it's time on the start finish straight to the slipstream, and there we see it. Pirelli edges ahead, but there goes Savino as well. Who's going to be latest on the brakes heading into turn number 1?
It looks like Pirelli is going to have the inside line and he's going to take it, but Pirelli looking to fight back, unable to make that move stick. And we see someone running slightly wide from turns 1 and 2. That was Boxberger, but he's able to recover it. He is in P4, I believe, but it's Pirelli who leads. And just note, as it's coming up to the final part of the race, across the line, it was Pirelli who led coming out of the front corner across the line, but not a lot between them.
Very, very valuable information. And it's there just to know that as we went into turn 1, yeah, it was Savino who came off worst there. And Alvaro Lucas makes a move into P2. It's not quite close enough to do anymore, but absolutely incredible stuff from Alvaro Lucas now in P2.
I think Lucas, if he's on the podium, is going to be delighted. He's going to lose out to Pirelli at turn 7 though. Can he get the cutback and a run through 8 and 9? It doesn't look like it. But Pirelli now in second ahead of Lucas with Boxberger just behind, and Savino as well.
And Savino as well as we power down towards turn 10 now. It's a valuable opportunity. We are running out of them for any of these riders to try and move ahead. Alvaro Lucas is on the inside. Is he able to make a move into P2? Not quite close enough. And it is still Pirelli who leads from Pirelli.
Pirelli taking the lead through, or keeping the lead through turn, but he's wide through the right-hander of turn 12. He slots in behind teammate Pirelli, who had a big moment as he put the power down. He is able to keep it through turn 13, but this group of 6 getting closer and closer, if that was somehow possible.
Somehow it does seem to be an absolute gift for Pirelli from his teammate Pirelli. He won't be pleased to have made that slight error, but once again, showing that any error will be punished as we go into the last lap here in the Moto4 European Cup. We're speeding down the start-finish straight now. Who's going to be quickest? Who's going to get the best line into turn 1? It is Alvaro Lucas who hits the front. Absolutely incredible from Alvaro Lucas there.
Lucas taking the lead of the race at turn 1. Boxberger was the rider who went straight on at turns 1 and 2. He has rejoined in P4 by the looks of it, but it's now Lucas who leads the race after starting from 28th on the grid.
Absolutely incredible stuff, an absolute dream for Alvaro Lucas, but it's not going to be an easy one, and it could easily turn into a nightmare here. He could easily find himself on the podium, and it does look like the lead is under threat here with a move on the inside from Eduardo Savino. Is he going to be able to make it stick? He is just ahead, it seems, but it's Pirelli who is now ahead.
And Lucas looking to respond at turn 7 to move back into second place, but it was Pirelli who somehow came out of that in P1. The run out of turn 9 and down into turn 10 is going to be crucial. We've seen Pirelli so many times not give anyone a sniff under braking. He needs to repeat that on this final lap.
He needs to be absolutely perfect on the final lap. This is what it all comes down to. This is where it matters. Alvaro Lucas makes the move at turn 10 and does take the lead. Is he able to make it stick? Pirelli has a bit of a moment. That could be so costly for the Italian rider. It is Lucas who leads. Started the race in P28. He's currently in P1. Absolutely set sensational, and it is Savino currently in P2 as we come through turn 13. There's just nothing left here as we go to P14, turn 14. It's Alvaro Lucas who leads. He's followed by Savino. Alvaro Lucas could claim an absolutely historic win, but it does seem like it's dropped behind. Who has won there? It is Savino on the Leopard Junior machine who denies Alvaro Lucas at the last. That was the closest of close finishes. He can barely believe it. Eduardo Savino with the first win in the Moto4 European Cup in 2026, snatching it from Alvaro Lucas right at the last. Well, that gives us so much to talk about, doesn't it, Jack?
There's a huge amount to talk about there. Savino with a stunning run out of the final corner to snatch victory from Alvaro Lucas. Perhaps Lucas will be disappointed he couldn't hold on to that, but from P28 on the grid to a podium finish and fighting for the win, and he was in the lead group after 2 or 3 laps. That was a sensational ride from the number 46.
A sensational ride, but controlling those emotions is going to be so difficult for Lucas. P2, he progressed 26 positions, but he was leading coming out of the final corner.
Yeah, he almost led at the perfect time out of turn 1, was able to regain the lead after dropping to P3 on that final lap, and then almost, he was so close, just meters away from taking an incredible, barely believable victory.
Barely believable is exactly what it was. Lorenzo Pitelli completes our podium with a fantastic ride. He finishes P3. What a sensational way to begin the Moto4 European Cup in 2026 here in Barcelona. Any one of these riders would have been a worthy winner. Any one of these riders had been leading at some point in the race, but in the end it was Eduardo Savino who finished as our winner. Absolutely incredible, incredible stuff. The closest of close finishes. That's exactly what we've come to expect from the Moto4 European Cup over the years. An absolutely sensational ride. All of these in a well-deserved round of applause from everyone at the track. Absolutely incredible as we approach Parc Fermé. What an absolutely brilliant race these young riders have treated us to here at the circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. There we can see Eduardo Savino pulling in. Well, we think this is one. The timing does say Alvaro Lucas. We could be in for a surprise, and we are. It was Alvaro Lucas. His team is celebrating because Alvaro Lucas has won the race. Well, this is going to take some sorting out. It does look on our timing screen like Alvaro Lucas won by 0.006 seconds. This will all be confirmed as soon as it's possible to confirm it. But that would mean that Alvaro Lucas wins after starting from P28 and will be joined on the podium in P2 by Eduardo Savino and Lorenzo Pitelli in P3. So for the time being, this needs to be confirmed, and it does look like the celebrations are taking place for Eduardo Savino's team, which would mean that he finishes on the top step of the podium. Still a bit of confusion that needs to be sorted out in Parc Fermé. Well, and now it's Alvaro Lucas who celebrates. It's chaos in Parc Fermé, but that celebration looks like the final celebration for the winner. And a flag there for Borja Gomez, who was one part of this paddock last year. It does look like Alvaro Lucas has won this race by the 0.006 seconds that I mentioned earlier. Let's just see exactly what happened there. I mean, that is tight. That is so tight, but it does look as if Alvaro Lucas did win that. What a difficult one for everyone to figure out here in Parc Fermé. What an incredible gift of a race for everyone. Right down to the wire, 0.006 seconds, absolutely incredible stuff. Well, he's going to be disappointed, but he's got no need to feel disappointed in himself after such a spectacular display. There's Eduardo Savino in his P2, it does seem to be confirmed now. And here we are with Lorenzo Pretelli as well. A podium for him, and a podium he's sure to enjoy. Well, we'll hear from Alvaro Lucas very shortly. After an absolutely incredible race. You see everything being organised there. Down in Parc Fermé, it is what would be the winning overtake then. Alvaro Lucas just pulling ahead. Able to make it stick. Eduardo Savino coming out of turn 14 there, thinking that he was the winner. The slightest of margins, and now we do see the celebrations in the Aspar box. That was the Moto Aspar box. And the sheer jubilation on the face of Alvaro Lucas as that win is confirmed. An absolutely historic win from Alvaro Lucas, and we can hear from him now.
Alvaro Lucas, you started from P28 off the grid after penalty. You were in the lead group after 3 laps, and you claimed victory on the final lap. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, the condition on the track is very hot, and yeah, I'm very happy because I started in the 28th position and I won. But thank you for my team because it's a very good job this weekend, and thank you for my family, David Viguera, my manager, and my friends and the sponsor.
And just in Spanish for all the fans watching.
Sí, la verdad que ha sido una carrera bastante difícil por el calor, que hacía mucho calor, pero bueno, salía el 28 y he logrado ganar. Y esta carrera se la quiero dedicar a todo mi equipo, a mis patrocinadores, a David Viguera y también a Yago Cotino, que le debía una, y ya está, también se la quiero dedicar a Borja Gómez, que se fue con nosotros el año pasado, y la verdad que es bonito recordarlo.
Alvaro, thank you very much. Congratulations.
What a race! The opener of the season in the Moto4 European Cup delivered. Absolutely sensational stuff from start to finish. So many riders in the leading pack at the beginning. Absolutely incredible. So Alvaro Lucas plowing through the field after a penalty. Saw him start the race from P28. Leading for much of the race was Lorenzo Pretelli. Also involved Christian Pirelli, Eduardo Savino, all giving it absolutely everything to win. Good period of those Team Benjamin Pessini Racing riders right at the front, but Alvaro Lucas was unrelenting as he tried to get through, taking full advantage of all the possible opportunities that came his way to try and battle his way right to the front. At this point, progressed 26 positions, but was unable to really find his way onto the top step of the podium, but he was involved in the battle for almost the entire race. Pretelli was leading the latter end of proceedings, but he's being pushed all the way by the young Spaniard. Saw Christian Pirelli there, doing so well, taking the lead from his teammate. Eduardo Savino as well getting involved. And Alvaro Lucas decided it was time to strike. Made his move at turn 1. Was forced to do so again at turn 10 to get ahead of Lorenzo Pretelli. And then we saw this Moto finish coming out of turn number 14. Could not Alvaro Lucas, who won. Here we have then the podium, the contested battle in Moto4 European Cup. You can see what it means to the Aspar team. In P3, Lorenzo Bertelli after a sensational ride as well. All plaudits to the Italian after battling in the front for much of the race. Rewarded with a podium finish. Eduardo Savino has to settle for P2. He did think he won. Just 0.006 seconds denying him. And it was, in the end, Alvaro Lucas who will step onto the top step of the podium. It's a very meaningful one there as well for him. What a way to begin this campaign. FIM representative, Mr. Jean-Marc Denis, presents the trophy. Aspar team. Once again. The third place finish. I'm not sure who's doing a choke there or not, given how close that race was. We'll do so for P1. Our victor here by the slightest of margins, Alvaro Lucas. Which means we will be hearing the Spanish national anthem here in Barcelona. The Berthian rider leading in the Moto4 European Cup in 2026. That was our only race of the day as well, so we'll go to the next round on top of the standings. What a performance. What a performance from all three of our podium finishers.
An incredible race. All 13 laps of it delivered non-stop action. Lucas in the first few laps flying up the grid, flying up the order, and then taking a victory that, I mean, when I got the part firming, it wasn't his victory. It was Savino's, but obviously photo finish confirmed that it was Lucas's win from P20 on the grid. An incredible fight, an incredible race.
It was an incredible race. It's the kind of race that we've become accustomed to, but we should never take for granted, I think, in the Moto4 European Cup. Absolutely incredible. All three of them on the top step. They all deserve to be there.
They really do. That was an incredible show from all three of them.
Creating memories on the podium here in Barcelona. If you take a look at the final results, it was Alvaro Lucas who won by the slightest margin, as I said there, 0.006. Savino fourth down to P2, Bertelli also completed the podium. Here fell in P4, Barolo P5, Boxberger P6, P7, Casadei, Maulande, 8, Rubens, P9, and Almeida in 11th, it was Sanchez, 12th, Ramila, in P13, Galan, 14th, Daniel, 15th, Sparks, Ethan Rodriguez in 16th, Eric Bush in 17th, P18, Cancellieri, and in 19th, Bud Prowett. On the podium here in Barcelona. As we take a look at the final results, it was Alvaro Lucas who won by the slightest margin, as I said there, 0.006. Savino fourth down to P2, Bertelli also completing the podium. Here fell in P4, Barolo P5, Boxberger P6, 7th, Casadei, Maulande, 8th, Rubens, P9, and Almeida in 10th. Then in 11th, it was Sanchez, 12th, Ramula, P13, Galan, 14th, Daniel, 15th, Sparks, Ethan Rodriguez in 16th, Eric in 17th, Cancellieri, and in 19th, Bud Prowett. Behind them, Luke De Vries in 20th, Tamburini 21st, in P22, Rollin, 23rd, Ferrucci, 24th, Di Baroli, Wenzel in P25, Quattreville in P26, in 27th, Sanchez, and in 28th, Mika Rodriguez. Behind them, Alessio Arnold in P29, and at the back, Antoine Latifi after an impressive race. This weekend was for sure. Then we have the standings. Alvaro Lucas will lead us into the next round with 25 points. Sabina behind him and Fratelli in P3. Irfan in P4, Borelli in P5, Boxberg in P6, Captain in P7. 8th is Marolanda for the time being. Ubel is in 9th and Almeida in P10. We also have points on the board for Sanchez, Ramira, Galan and Dakian, as well as Sparks in what has proven to be a fantastic season opener in the Moto4 European Cup. Well, what about that for our season opener in the Moto4 European Cup? An absolutely incredible race for us to have enjoyed. We'll be back very soon with more racing action from Catalunya. But for now, for the Moto4 European Cup, it's goodbye. World Championship. Race 2 and the picture is already shifting. We know who isn't over yet in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Race 2 and the picture is already shifting. We know who showed pace in the opener, but in motorcycle racing, doing it twice in one day is a different challenge entirely. 14 turns, the safe, unforgiving asphalt, and now the pressure of what's already happened weighing on every decision. The leading group will be hunting, and those who didn't get it right first time around will be pushing hard. Carlos Cano and Giulio Pugliese, the two CF Moto4 Junior team riders, showing tremendous skill. But then we saw a crash between Orr and Karpushin. Both riders fortunately okay after that one. Leonardo Zanni also performing incredibly well, making a move here at turn 1. Any of these riders leading could have been in a real position to take the win. Leonardo Zanni really impressing in this season opener in Barcelona. Rosa, high-sided late on. That was the end of his race, which to that point had been absolutely excellent. He'll be very frustrated and fortunate to have this second opportunity to put things right. Pugliese then took the lead. Lost it to Leonardo Zanni, his Italian compatriot. What was an absolutely sensational opener to the campaign. Leonardo Zanni there celebrating the first win of the season in Moto3 Junior. Even Ocola presenting the trophy. Welcome back to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya for another installment of the Moto3 Junior World Championship in 2026. As we just saw there, race 1 was fascinating from start to finish. Race 2, Jack Amy, what do you think is going to be happening?
Who knows? After race in which obviously it was all elbows out action for 14 laps, we're going to have more of the same here. As you mentioned, going through the highlights, another chance for Bahosa to put what he'll want to bounce back obviously from his turn 5 high side. He'll go from pole position again, so he's got a good starting position to do that. But plenty of competition behind, and as we saw, the renewed rivalry with
and we're sure to see more of it over the course of this year as well. One thing to note is that the conditions are different. It wasn't very warm when we got going in race 1. This time around, beyond warm, it's actually fully hot here in Barcelona. The surface of that asphalt has gone up by about 15 degrees at least, I think, over the course of the day. So that's something else that these riders are going to have to get to grips with.
yeah, air temperature is around 29-30 degrees outside, but when you stand it out it feels a lot warmer. It really does. It is scorching hot out there. We saw in Moto3 earlier, Moto2 as well, tyre management is key, and it will be even more crucial now with hot conditions.
Yeah, absolutely, but that is something that these riders do need to be learning. Fernando Bahosa, as we mentioned there, he's got his first pole of the campaign, his first pole in this class. This time around, though, he's got an opportunity to make up for that unfortunate high side that we saw at turn 5, a very tricky corner. So this time around, he's got another opportunity to really try and excel and get onto that podium at least.
Yeah, tricky is right about turn 5. It's sort of downhill, off camber, it's wide as well, but that's also partly what makes it tricky because there are so many lines through there. So we do see a lot of crashes there in various motorcycle championships. I think for Bahosa, he'll have it out of his mind already, starting his pole position, chance to make the bends, and that That's it. That will all will be focused on.
Yeah, Leonardo Zanni then, the winner of the opening race here in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. A worthy winner. He did absolutely everything, starting from P2 there.
Yeah, chance to repeat what he did in this morning's race 1. 0.006 clear of Giulio Pugliese in P2. And that went right down to the wire.
Right down to the wire, but from start to finish, really gave me the sensation that anything could have happened.
It did, yeah, and we saw it before, obviously, when it was Junior GP. We've seen it now in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. It's a class that always delivers fantastic racing. It doesn't matter the circuit or the conditions. And expect more of the same in race 2.
Well, that's what we want. That's what we want to see. Jandro Romanipa will be completing the front row. Starts from P3 here. Fifth in that last straight. Fantastic performance from him as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see if he can repeat that again. It does look like he's found a vein of form. He was strong on Saturday in qualifying. Strong again today, this morning.
Yeah, he was P5 in the race, but only 0.144 away from victory. Just to give an idea of how close it was in race 1, we see Brian Uriarte looking on. He's obviously come to his home round to watch some of his rivals from last year and probably some of his rivals in the future as well.
Absolutely, and to enjoy a bit of racing as well. I mean, we've been treated to some incredible performances across classes here. I think it's great to see a rider like Brian Uriarte here as well. It's a way to evidence the fact that this program works. I mean, he was absolutely sensational last year. I think he's one of those riders that is just exemplary. He's a real prolific talent. But that's what these riders need to emulate.
And it's good that he's come here to support them, maybe giving some of them some advice on, obviously early stages of the championship. Great people from up in the sky there. But great for Uriarte to watch on for his friends that he'll have in this paddock as well. Talk to them, help them out a little bit, give them some idea about the Moto3 World Championship as well.
Oh, he's doing just that there, yeah, with Carlos Cano, who was obviously part of the same enterprise, the Artbox team last year. Very different positions in their career at the moment. They're obviously going to be looking forward to moving up to the MotoGP World Championship at some point, and given his performance over the course of this weekend, I think there's a clear reason why he's held in such high regard by so many people, not just in this paddock, but in the World Championship paddock as well.
And being with the CF Moto Aspar Junior team is obviously a good platform to have for Cano as he looks to progress into the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Yaroslav Kapushin also on the CF Moto Aspar Junior machinery. He's the young Kyrgyz rider.
Yeah, crashed out of race 1 earlier, was involved in an incident with Travis Paul. It was investigated, but no further action was taken by the stewards. So no further penalty for either of the two riders involved, and both of them will be looking to riding this race.
Absolutely, they've got the opportunity to do so. Just over 5 minutes still to go. Get underway with the race here. The final checks for advice. Riders, we look at Giulio Pugliese. He managed to get on the podium tonight and win by such a narrow margin.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, 6,000th of the second separating Pugliese and Zanni, at the line after 14 laps of non-stop and flat-out action as well.
It's
to be fair to the guys.
Impossible to comprehend these kind of distances. The margins that can separate a race win from a very valuable P2, it has to be said, but it's not that race win which all of these incredibly competitive riders are looking for. He'll be frustrated with that. And here we have the Venezuelan. We also saw earlier our cameraman capturing the Venezuelan flag with some fans who I'm certain will be supporting Tino there.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Tino did well, finished P6 in race 1 this morning, half a second from victory. He was close.
The level of competition on this grid is awesome. It's incredible to behold. There's just nothing between the leading riders in this competition, and it's fantastic to see as well that having seen so many riders progress on the road to MotoGP to the World Championship, well, their boots have been filled. These incredible riders are stepping up and they are delivering. The likes of Kit Singapore as well, the guy rider on the Honda Asia Dream Racing Junior team machine. Fantastic so far this week.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Finished P9 earlier. We'll look to go a bit further this afternoon. He was around 4 attempts away from P8, so a bit of work to do, but they've had the time to debrief, make some changes, work out the tyres, and formulate a plan for this race.
Absolutely. Every time you get onto one of these machines, the idea is to improve. Look at there, South African. 8 points on the board for him.
Yeah, he was the one that denied Singapore P8 earlier, so I would imagine they will be renewing their rivalry in those two. So.
Just 4 minutes to go, and renewing those rivalries, well, I mentioned before, but I'm here for it. I love seeing it in this paddock. I love seeing it in this paddock. At times not so friendly rivalries. I mean, it's absolutely incredible to see. And it's really fought out on track as well.
It is, yeah, and it's good to see for the likes of Pano and Bahosa, who have come through what was then the European Championship, the European Cup now, still on the same pace together in a new class, new bikes, obviously same tracks, but it's different, but their rivalry is still there.
The rivalry is still going, and the fact that their talent has grown together as well. So it could be a rivalry that we get to enjoy for years into the future as well. And that's a fantastic thing to think about. In 5 years' time, we'll be seeing these two battling out in Moto2 maybe, or even in MotoGP.
Perhaps we will, yeah. And I think the thing is, if you speak to both of them, they will both say that they have pushed each other to be even better.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 3 minutes to go then before race 2 in Moto3 Junior. It is Bahosa who gets another chance from Paul. He's joined on the front row by Leonardo Zani and Chiandro Ramani. Behind them on row 2, Plan Cano and Yaroslav Karbushi. Then it's Julia Pugliese, Clementina and Jensek Singapore. Behind them it's Modigliani, Bellon and Abruzzo. On row 5 we've got Travis Bourne, Nicolis and Ojiwara. And on row 6, Daniel Junior, David Gonzalez and David Acosta. Behind them, Benyat Fernandez, who crashed out of the first race, Sullivan Mounty and Alberto Enriquez of Ecuador. And then it's Miguelon Gabarini. And behind them, Gonzalo Perez, Pablo Olivares and Edu Gutierrez, Timo Varga as well. And at the back, we have Levi, Russo and Fabio Pilato. Well, we are away with the warm-up lap then, and we already have an issue there.
That looks like it's for Nicholas, who was waving to the riders behind. He was not able to get his bike away, so going straight into pit lane.
Another issue at the beginning of the race there in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. As we get this warm-up lap underway, such an important moment for all these riders, especially given that change of conditions that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, good to see another rival team seem to be helping him out here. So just shows that while rivals are on track, off track, they all do everything they can to help each other. Hopefully he's able to get his bike started, and maybe he has to start from pit lane. Yeah. But the main thing will be hopefully he was able to start the race.
Absolutely. Probably the most likely situation is that
yes, we can see him lining up at the end of the pit lane here.
So he can resolve to be ready to at least participate in this race, if not from his original grid position.
A shame to have to start from pit lane, but as we said, the main thing is he's able to get going. We see the air temperature 29 degrees, track temperature 45. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a little bit higher given the heat that's been lasting down on this circuit all day. But obviously it depends where the sensor is. But yeah, it is very, very hot out there.
Yeah, I think in race 1, the temperature was about 28 degrees as well at the beginning. So that is a tremendous difference. And it's going to incorporate a lot of tyre management concerns into the way this race plays out. And we can see our championship after race 1. It is Leonardo Zani who leads, with Pugliese and Cano behind after finishing on the podium. Incredible performance as well.
It was, yeah. I think perhaps the star package of race 1 to convert a good starting position into Q4. Hopefully, for his sake, he'll be able to do that.
Like to think so. Round turn number 14, the last of this on the road, approach the starting positions on the grid. It will be Fernando Bahosa who will take the position on pole once again for his second shot at glory for that turn 5 high side in race 1. The red flag is out in the front. And we are just moments away from getting this race to underway. Everyone taking their positions. Zanni, who was one last time out, takes P2. Good spot on the front row. And the green flag waving at the back. They'll have the lights on in just a moment. There they are. They're off and we are racing in Moto3 Junior, and Moto gets away so well yet again. It's a long straight though, and he's got Leonardo Zanni just behind him. Who's going to get the right line going into turn one here? Who's going to take advantage of the slipstream? It is Zanni who gets away best and takes the lead as we go to turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, a good start from Zanni as he took the lead of the race ahead of Bahosa. A couple of the Aspa riders were opting not to go to the right-hand side of the track on that run into turn 1, opting to stick to the left, and they've come out of that P3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see exactly what's happening there as the Aspa riders go side by side once again. Carlos Cano, just so impressive, as is Giulio Pugliese and Jaroslav Kapushin.
A bit of debris coming off.
Philosophy there.
Yeah, a lot of debris coming off the back of one of the sides of one of the bikes there, so the marshals will have time to go and clear that now. But yeah, it is Zanni leading from Bahosa and Pugliese. Cano in P4 as we head into the third sector of this opening lap.
We're going to go through turn 9 shortly, and then there's a run down to turn 10, which we saw being so important in the previous race. Will it be so again? Is anyone going to make a move early on here? Or are we going to see a more conservative affair?
From Zanni, it looks like no. He has bolted on this opening lap. He's 7 tenths clear heading into this final sector and leaving everyone else to squabble for track position behind him.
Which is actually something we didn't see in the opening race. That's very interesting that he's pulling away already. He must just prefer to ride alone, I suppose.
If it works, it works. Bahosa will need to start closing that gap though, because he's under pressure from Pugliese and Cano.
Carlos Cano on the inside of his teammate, Giulio Pugliese there. Absolutely incredible stuff at the exit of turn 14.
Just to note that the yellow flag that was out at turn 4 black debris has been cleared. So all good to go racing there. Again, different lines. It's Pugliese. We saw this in race 1 as well. Just opting to stay to the more normal racing line. Not taking the slipstream, not using any slipstream ahead of him, but it works for him. He's able to keep P2.
Oh, Ramadi, but absolutely impressive stuff. Incredible there to overtake. Making his move there as we enter sector 2, going to right-hander turn 4.
It looks like we've had a crash at turn 1 and 2. It looks like Gutierrez has come down off his machine, but we wait for confirmation just looking who's got down the timing tower. And Zanni continues to impress out in front. He's 8 tenths clear of Cano in second and Pugliese in P3. For Bahosa, well, he'll be hoping to move up the order from P5.
Yeah, it is Edu Gutierrez there. Got down there. Exit turn 2, it looks like. But it's a very tricky corner to deal with. We've seen it time and time again. Over the course of the last 30 years, really. It's a corner that can catch anyone out. And when you're in a race as competitive as a Moto3 Junior race, though, it's almost to be expected.
Yeah, it is a tricky corner at the best of times. We just see as Cano defends his P2 position, but Zanni's lead is now over a second. If these guys want to stop him doing the double, they need to work together and catch up to the back of him, because at the moment, he is pulling away from him.
Yeah, he is. But meanwhile, Kamja Ramadipa has overtaken Giulio Pugliese with a fantastic little move there at the hairpin. As we approach turn 14, who's going to come out well here? Who's going to take advantage of the slipstream? We know how important it is. Who's going to be taking what line? I mean, anything could be happening here early on.
The one thing for Zanni is he is now 1.3 seconds clear. So any slipstream that he is giving his rivals is not going to be as effective as the one that, for example, Cano, Ramadipa, Pugliese are giving to their rivals. So Zanni, with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 48.5, was half a second quicker than Pugliese and around 2 tenths quicker than Ramadipa. So he is just bolting at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like it's very happy to just ride alone out there as well. So Leonardo Zanni leading, and he's got a gap of 1.324 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, just building and building that lead. And the more these guys squabble over P2, the better it is for the number 57.
Yeah, Ramadipa on the inside of Pugliese there, just not quite close enough to make the move. It is currently Cano who is in P2, and there we have Bahosa who does make the move on Ramadipa on the inside at turn 5. moves ahead. It takes a second for the other riders to pull into the camera shot there, because Zani's lead is just that extensive at the moment. He's got quite a gap.
It's now up to
1.6 seconds.
Yeah, up to 1.6 seconds now. And again, the more these guys are fighting over P2, the more he'll just keep extending that lead, and then they won't catch him using the slipstream. I mean, you can see the gap now. It's huge, and he's able to take a normal racing line. The other riders are having to squabble over track position as Cano looks to defend his P2 around the outside, and he's able to do so from his teammate. But again, the lead now for Zani up to 1.8.
Well, again, Blanks has moved up to P4 there with a fantastic move. He's just behind Bujosa. Oh, P5. Zani is so far ahead, I almost miscounted him. We're coming out of turn 14 then. And again, we're going to see various lines here adopted by riders. As you mentioned there, Zani so far ahead that all this bickering behind doesn't really affect him too much. We have sort of Mounty making the move on Remy San Juan, pulling ahead.
Zani's lead is just around 2 seconds. Now it's come down to about 1.8 on this run. And it's a big battle there for P2. One of the riders getting held up on the apex of turn 1.
I think it was Rank who just tried to make his move, wasn't able to do it, and then
there was a crash.
Just seen a crash at the front there. Sparks flying in sector 2. The yellow flag is out at turn 3. I think that might be Zani.
It is Zani. Zani has crashed from P1. He was pushing hard, but he has gone down at turn 3 in the early stages of this race, and Pugliese has inherited P1.
Well, it's just, it leaves you breathless, doesn't it? Because anything can happen. In the Moto3 Junior race, he's going to be so frustrated with that. He was leading, and he was leading comfortably. He wasn't under any pressure. And it does look like he might have turned his hand a bit there. Well, he able to move it. But yeah, they'll be so disappointed in that moment box right now, because Zani had put in such a performance so far. He was about 2 seconds ahead, and now it is Pugliese who's leading. It's going to be anyone's game now, because this is one big leading pack.
It was. Zani had the advantage of that 2-second margin, so he didn't need to be pushing as hard as he was at that point. But the main thing is he looks okay, he's walking away. Pugliese inheriting the lead, but that battle for the win is coming out. We're just going to see the end of it. I would imagine he's just lost the front going through turn 3. Yeah, that's the end of his race. Yeah. We'll see it better here. No, it's a huge high side.
Big high side
for Zani. So, yeah, no wonder he was just checking his wrist after that, because that was a heavy landing on the outside of turn 3.
Well, hopefully he's all right. He's privately wounded after crashing out of this race. But the race does go on, and it is currently Giulio Pugliese who is leading, and currently leading in the live championship as well. He's currently followed by Carlos Cano, both on track and without, as Valentino tries to make a move on Cano there. As it stands, Valentino will now move into P4 as well. Zani. Oh, and another big crash there at turn 3. Yellow flags are out.
That was another big high side for, that was Tinez, I believe. Number 77 was the one dropping down our timing tower, so I think it was him. That was another big high side on the exit of turn 3.
Going through on the inside, able to make a stick there, but Fosa holding on to P4, but the pressure is building for both the Honda Asia Dream Racing Junior Team riders.
Just to note that Nicholas also crashed at turn 14. Now on yellow flag out, we just see Tinez here getting some assistance, because that was another big hit. But Nicholas also crashed at turn 14.
As we approach turn number 10, is anyone going to try and make a move here? Yes, Ramadi again on the inside, lunging in.
Travis Borg has made progress as well. He's up into P3 at the moment on the number 23 machine as he fights for a podium. He's just behind Pugliese and Cano.
Yeah, he's right on the back wheel of Cano as well. As we approach turns 13 and 14, it could be a prime position to try and take advantage of the slipstream as they emerge from turn 14 here.
He could, yeah, he has the advantage of a double slipstream from the CF Moto Aspar riders ahead of him. But obviously we've seen that both Pugliese and Cano will happily defend into turn 1 under braking. Yeah, we'll just see what happens. Pugliese still leading. It's Ramadipa who's actually making progress. Moving up into P2.
Bujosa piling on the pressure, as is Ramadipa, just held up there. Bujosa now moves into P2, just behind Pugliese. And that's well against Carlos kind of down to P5.
Cano down into P5, and there's a bit of a gap there forming between the lead three and the rest of the pack. But you would imagine that will close up quite quickly. It's kind of a P4, so.
Yeah, kind of P4. Pugliese is still leading. Rosa giving it absolutely everything. And Ramadipa closed out the front row of the grid. It's really giving it absolutely everything. He's going to move on the inside here at turn 5. Not quite close enough on the exit.
Just get a replay here. That is the crash with Martinez earlier at turn 3. So again, very similar from what we saw from Zani earlier. Apologies. Yeah, high side through turn 3. It's a corner where you're on the power for a long time, just trying to build up that speed. So it does happen quite a lot. But yeah, another heavy hit there for Martinez.
Yeah. There's 2 consecutive races where we've seen not just race win contenders, but title contenders crashing out. I mean, it's anyone's game.
It really is anyone's game. And kind of, it isn't a surprise because they're all pushing so hard. They want to get their season off to a superb start. And especially if you're then making amends from race 1, for example, you can be pushing even harder. Zani's is different because he was 2 seconds out in front. He didn't need to be pushing that hard at that point because everyone else was squabbling. He had the advantage, but obviously he felt he was in his rhythm and was able to keep pushing. And unfortunately for Vitaly, he crashed out.
Yeah, well, there's a lesson in racecraft to be learned there, I think. It's a lesson that many riders struggle to learn. It's a very important one. And Bullhosa does make the move there on Cano. He is ahead.
Bullhosa running in P3 then against Cano again. As we said earlier, their rivalry continuing in a new class on new bikes. But it's the same story with those two, just fighting it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Bullhosa's hungry for more as well. He looked up on the inside of Ramadipa, saw that there was an opportunity on that particular corner, but going into turn 5, is he going to try and make the move there? It looks like he's just going to lay off a bit there. He might be a bit cautious given what happened earlier as well.
Yeah, understandably so. It looked like Blanque was just moving forward there as well, getting ahead of, or moving out into P7 at turn 5.
Yeah, with Ojuara into P6 as well. So fantastic underground riding.
A great performance so far, sort of quietly moving up the order, taking advantage of the riders fighting around him to make sure he's in contention.
And as we approach turn 10, we've seen so many moves made here before. Is anyone going to try and make the move here? Well, on the outside there, just a bit wide. Looks like things are as they were.
Pugliese is so good on the brakes at turn 10 and turn 1. It's very difficult to pass him unless you're pretty much ahead of him before the braking zone. He's very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Pugliese has been showing us over the course of this weekend why he's really hold in very, very high regard. Well, Cano,
7 laps to go at a group of 14. I think that was potentially showing for Cano. And it's not wrong, there's a huge group fighting for this win. As Ramadipa looks on the inside of Pugliese, but no, the Italian able to defend once again. And Bullhosa had a look at Ramadipa, but couldn't make that move stick either.
no, he had a long look, didn't he, there? It looked like he'd almost made it, but Ramadipa did so well to just hold him off. Excellent riding from Ramadipa there.
Very good riding, very good defensive riding as well. And Bullhosa's now under pressure from Travis Borg. Just going to have a look at a replay, a slow motion replay of all of the riders braking at turn 1. And Bullhosa Pugliese, sorry, coming out ahead, but Ramadipa and Bullhosa side by side through turn 1.
Turn 1 is delivering so much action here today in Moto4. Fantastic to see as we go into sector 3 here at turn 7 and 8.
Great curve cam just to show how close these riders are through turn 7 and 8, which is a very tricky part of the track. Turn 9 is another challenging part for very different reasons. It's uphill, it's a bit of a blind apex. But yeah, heading down into turn 10, the slipstream is crucial, but Pugliese still able to defend from Bullhosa. Ramadipa having a look on the inside, but unable to get close. And Travis Borg as well remaining in P4 with Cano side by side there with Plank, but it's Plank that comes out on top.
Yeah, Plank made a move there. I think he managed to actually get a bit of a 2 for 1. He overtook 2 riders at the same time. Absolutely fantastic work from Plank. The French rider showing us why he's really battling at the front there because he's not afraid to get his elbows out and make a move like that where the opportunity presents itself.
No, and that's key in this class. You can be as fast as you want, but you know you're going to have a big group of riders fighting because everyone is fast. So you need to be able to fight as aggressively as you can. Into turn 1, it's Barroso moving into P2. Pugliese staying in the lead with Plank in P1, and we're just seeing there's a yellow flag out at turn 3, which has appeared on our time screen. So we're just going to see if there's anything that's happened, or maybe it's debris on track, but it's quickly gone in, so not entirely sure what that was for.
Yellow flag removed at turn 3. Didn't even realise it was there. As we approach turn 5 and another opportunity for someone to make a move. That tight left-hander. Plank again, he always seems to be taking that inside line. This time he's managed to take the lead. Is he going to be able to make it stick? It looks like he is. Oh, what a move there from Guillaume Plank, the Frenchman. He's lost lead, but he's still in P2. Pugliese fighting back straight away, but Pugliese giving as good as he gets.
Pugliese was wide on the entry into 7, which allowed Plank to take the lead through turn 8, which is a very, very unusual place to make a move, but that has bunched everyone up as well.
Well, it's an unusual place to make a move, but he's made it work so well there. Absolutely incredible stuff. As we go through turn 10. Into sector 4.
Yeah, Plank with the lead ahead of Pugliese. Barroso in P3, Ramadipa's just behind, but turn 13 and 14 are going to be crucial, and when we cross the line to start the next lap, it will be just 5 laps to go.
Yeah, I think it's almost time for us to start looking at exactly who's crossing the line first as well, given how close the previous race was.
Yeah, I mean, as they cross the line here, it was 0.081 between Plank and Pugliese. So Plank was able to hold that lead through from turn 14 to the start of the straight. Ramadipa on the inside, turn 1 looks to make a move, but Barroso is able to go back through turn 1, but can't get through on turn 2. So Ramadipa moves into P3.
Yeah, Plank lost out massively in the strip there on the start-finish straight.
Also, just to note that Travis Borg was a big mover in that fight as well. He's moved up into 2nd, although that could be about to become 3rd, as Barroso on the inside at turn 4 makes the move stick on the rider from Moto.
Yeah, Pugliese leading into turn 5. Ramadipa looking to move on the inside, looking to try and take 3rd. Is he going to be able to get a good line out of it? No, he's not. Travis Borg holding on there. Yeah,
Travis Borg was able to hold on to that P3 for now, but Ramadipa's going to have a good run on him through, into turn 9 and into turn 10, you would think. But the number 23 might be able to hold on under braking, because Ramadipa is also under pressure from Plank.
Now, we're running towards turn 10. We've seen so much action here. This is where we saw Plank make that move earlier. This time he's not in the right position to do so.
As we said, Borg was able to have enough to defend from Ramadipa into turn 10. But Ramadipa at turn 11 has a look on the inside. That would have been brave, but he's not able to make it stick, and it's cost him a couple of bike laps to Borg, but he'll be able to make those up on the runs through turn 13 and 14.
And again, it'll be so interesting to see how everyone exits from turn 14. Who's going to take advantage of the slipstream? Got just 4 laps left now.
Again, Pugliese was able to lead over the line coming out of that final corner. So I think the run to the line, unless they're really, really close, should be with the rider who leads coming out of turn 14. As we see Carl push in on the inside of Travis Borg, looking for P3, unable to make the move stick under braking at turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, into sector 2 now. It's still Pugliese who leads from Barroso. Travis Borg just behind, who's done so well to get himself into a podium position. Is he going to be able to maintain it with the amount of pressure building behind him? He's got the likes of Carbucci, Plank, Carlos Cano, Keandro Ramadipa, Mojuara, all behind him, and any one of them in with a chance of finishing on the podium or even with a race win.
Yeah, this is anyone's game with 4 laps to go, as there's a move there from Plank on the inside, unable to make it stick on Borg. Borg retaining P4 from the French rider.
Yeah, he's too heavy on the brakes there, and just allowed Borg to roll around the outside of the move.
Yeah, as we say, Pugliese still leading ahead of Barroso, just a 10th or so in it. Carl pushing up into P3. Again, it's the run into turn 10. This is where Barroso has a chance to get alongside the Italian for P1, but we know how good the number 31 is under braking. He doesn't really give riders a sniff. And it's Carl Pushing making the move on Bahosa for P2. Is he able to make that one stick through turns 11? He'll have the outside into 12. It's going to be tight between the pair.
Absolutely incredible stuff here in Barcelona. Once again, entering sector 4, and we see chop and change. So much action.
Always delivers action, does the circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya. Bahosa with the run through turn 14 on Pugliese. Is he going to be able to make the slipstream count on this time? We have 3 laps to go. The race really reaching a crescendo here in Barcelona.
Well, it's been a crescendo from start to finish here, really. Absolutely incredible as we see all the lines the riders are preparing to take. It's Pugliese who leads. Cano tries to make a move there.
It's Travis Borg moves into P2.
Cano moves to P4 as well.
Borg on the move through turn 12, moving up into second place, and he's already on the back of Pugliese. Will he be able to make a move into turn 4? No, Bahosa's on the inside of the number 23. So it's Bahosa who is making the late move once again, moving into second place.
Just forcing Borg out wide there as well. That could provide a bit of room for Cano. Miguel is able to take advantage of it and move ahead in turn 5. No, it looked like he was almost able to do so, but Borg holds off Carlos Cano.
Borg was able to take the tighter line through turn 5, and that just enabled him to keep position. Again, the curve camera here showing just how close this field is heading into the final couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Currently Pugliese who's leading from Bahosa. Travis Borg occupying the final spot. No, it's now Guillaume Planks who's into P3.
Yeah, Borg has dropped to P4. I didn't quite see what happened there, but the rider from Moto, is in P4 behind Plank. Carl Pushing, who was fighting in this lead group a couple of laps ago, is now down in P8.
Still part of the group, but at the wrong end of it, I think it's fair to say. As we prepare to watch the riders emerge from turn 14 and hit the start-finish straight again. It is currently Pugliese who leads, but Bahosa looking to take advantage of that slipstream.
Yeah, Bahosa is in a perfect position to take the slipstream advantage with 2 laps to go on the run into turn 1. But Plank is on the inside, as is Borg, and it looks like it's Borg who is making the moves on the inside and the braking at turn 1, and the 23 moves back into second place.
Yeah, absolutely sensational stuff from Travis Borg there. Unable to get ahead of Giulio Pugliese, but he is ahead of everyone else behind him.
He's taking an inside line through 3 as well, which gives him the inside for turn 4. Is he close enough to make that move for P1, or is he going to have to defend? Well, neither really. He stays in second. Running into turn 5 though, the number 23 is the inside line is blocked for him now. He has to defend from Plank as we see Cano.
Carlos Cano as well. Oh, a bit of a moment there for adjusting himself. Nice Plank. Looked to be setting himself up to make a move there as we go through turn 7 and 8. Just readjusting.
That's a brave move from Plank on the inside of turn 9 to get ahead of Borg for P2. That is an incredible move from the French rider.
As we approach turn 10, once again for the penultimate time.
And Plank goes again for the lead on Pugliese. He's able to keep the tighter line.
Oh, no,
and Borg moves into P2 provisionally. It was a big moment for Ramadipa on the curve. He goes slightly wide. It's a bit chaotic behind. So it's Borg who moves into P3 with Plank and Pugliese ahead of him. Ramadipa in P4, heading on to the final lap of this race.
Yeah, the final lap, and as you mentioned before, an absolute crescendo. Plank moving into P1 at such a vital time. He's not going to be able to take advantage of any slipstream here. He's going to need to try and pull away as much as he can as we power down this 1 kilometre straight in Barcelona. And it does look like Pugliese managed to get ahead as we approach turn 1. Who's going to be able to battle in this battle for first? How many riders do you need? It's Pugliese who gets ahead going into turn 1, into turn 2. And it's Travis Borg who takes P2, Bahosa just behind in P3.
Borg was able to stay on the outside through turn 1 and give him a good position through 2 to keep P2 ahead of Bahosa. But Bahosa is close to the number 23. Is he going to make the move into turn 4? No. So Borg holds it for now.
And Plank has dropped down to P8, so he started this lap just about at P1, and he's finishing it in P8, it looks like, for the time being. There's still plenty more action to come.
Bahosa on the inside of Borg at turn 5. That moves him into P2. He's got a couple of turns to make up on Pugliese, but he'll have the right
Watch out for Cano as well. There goes Travis Paul. Down as we approach turn 10, the hairpin. We've seen so many moves here made before. Plank in previous laps. This time around,
Bahosa's wide. Bahosa is wide. That is a promoted Borg into P2. He'll have a good run through on Pugliese behind, and there is a crash behind. But we need to see the leaders to see how they are getting on through the final couple of corners.
they're going through turn 13 now. We have two riders down. They both seem to be okay. We're about to be hitting turn 14. It is Pugliese who's leading. He's got Travis Paul just behind. Bahosa's not out of this yet, though, nor is Carlos Cano. How is he going to finish? This is neck and neck. Who's claiming the win? Well, two riders out, both Travis Paul and Giulio Pugliese claim the win there. It's another photo finish. The Aspar team seems to think it's Pugliese who's won. I have to say, on our timing sheets, it looks like that is the case as well, with a gap of just 0.091 seconds. Absolutely incredible stuff from Giulio Pugliese. Travis Paul won't believe it. It could have gone any way there.
It really could have gone anyway, but it does look like Pugliese has taken victory. As you say, less than a tenth between him and Borg, with Bahosa not far away either. He was just 0.14 away from victory. It was an incredible race. The crash that we saw at the end of during that last lap, that was Sullivan Mounty and Remy San Juan at turn 10.
Well, they'll be tremendously frustrated that their race came to an end at such a late point after really having quite a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, Mounty was a bit disappointed because he had a crash in practice yesterday and was aiming to get through Q1 but was unable to do so, but had battled his way up into the point, so yeah, he'll be a bit disappointed it ended in the Grand Prix.
Well, it does look like Pugliese is our worthy winner as he celebrates with a wheelie here in Barcelona as this second race in the Moto3 Junior World Championship comes to a thrilling conclusion. Well, he'll be making his way to Park Fermé. He finished on the podium as well, P3. So a fantastic finish for him after his opening race of the campaign came to such a tricky end with that right side at turn 5. He'll be thrilled to come back swinging, fair to say. He'll manage to edge out by just 0.4 seconds with a rival last year, Carlos Cano. On the tally. So well to get himself into a position to fight for that podium. There are the raucous celebrations in Park Fermé for Fernando Bahosa as well. What a moment for these two riders. As our race winner, Giulio Pugliese, enters as well. He's asking for applause. That's well deserved. With a win here in Barcelona. Travis Morgan, congratulating each other after a fantastic battle. It really did look like it could have finished any one of our leading pack who were throughout the race start to finish. Showing that there's just so much talent here. Here we see secure the win for Giulio Pugliese. He's building up such speed on the long straight here in Barcelona. Getting his line absolutely perfect heading into turn 1. He was able to maintain it the entire lap as well. It was close though, he was pushed all the way by Charlie Ford. Number 1. Here in race 2, Moto3 Here we are, back down in Park Vermeer. We'll be hearing from him shortly. For the time being, see how he enjoys it. Fantastic race. Very well deserved to celebrate with friends and family. Always very emotional moment. Park Vermeer. We have Travis Paul celebrating P2. He's right to do so. Fantastic ride for him. We're there. Another Moto. Complimenti. Congratulations. Well, great scenes down in Park Vermeer. We shall be hearing very shortly from Giulio Pugliese. Celebrating his win. We're just about ready to go down with Jack Amy to hear from Giulio after his race 2 win.
Giulio, race 2 nil. What a race that was. Just talk us through that win and your victory.
Yes, the race was a lot hot. It was difficult for the grip because the track was very hot. But I was not pushing a lot for this and for prepare the last lap. And we are first, so very happy in the championship. We are good now. Thanks a lot of Aspar team because it's a really incredible team. Thanks Rafa Sina because I'm training a lot with him. Thanks sponsor, thanks Valentino, and I'm very happy. Thank you.
And now we're for your fans back home.
È stata una gara difficile perché faceva molto caldo, c'era pochissimo grip. E ho visto che non avevo molto grip sulla moto, quindi ho cercato di stare calmo e gestire la gara e giocarmi l'ultimo giro la vittoria. Sono riuscito a vincere e ringrazio il team, gli sponsor, i talentatori e la prossima.
Giulio, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Let's take a look back at race 2 in Moto3 Junior. Fernando Bajosa got away well from pole position. It was Leonardo Zanni who excelled early on, building a lead that looked almost, and that's the key word, almost, insurmountable. The leading pack, well, was of 1 initially, with Zanni extending the lead to almost 2 seconds, with the riders behind him battling it out. And that was all, of course, playing into Leonardo Zanni's hands. But then, his high side brought his race to an end, and that left the door wide open for any of the riders chasing to follow. We also saw Ines go down there as well. Giulio Pugliese managed to pull ahead turn 1 there. It was a lead that was chopping and changing a bit, but Pugliese managed to show himself the strongest of the group of very, very strong riders. We saw Pan briefly taking the lead as well, and able to sustain it after doing so at turn 5 for too long. And once again, what was quickly becoming a routine move for Pugliese, pulled ahead again at turn 1. The pressure was on though, with Moto behind him all the way, always trying to make a move. Likes from Travis Paul as well, fighting his way into the podium position, eventually managing to force his way onto it, but eventually finish in P2 after nasty move there. Frustration on the last lap, also mounted, but it was a close one in the end. A close one that Giulio Pugliese came out on top of, finishing with the win. And here we are then, at the podium, for the last time today in Moto3 Junior, the second time today, and the second time in 2026. So we have Fernando Bujosa taking his place after finishing third. Well on our race, especially considering what happened in the opening race. We have Travis Paul of Moto, second place after a 5-10% performance here. And our winner, Giulio Pugliese, the Italian. Takes the top spot. So his rivals, well, they did push him all the way there. Ignacio Armstrong, second general manager. The first trophy for the team. Stepping up.
Travis Paul.
The prize for the second place finisher. Brian Oriante will be presenting the winner's trophy as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff. We're over here in the Italian. Pugliese won the winner in Barcelona in the second race of the World Championship here in 2026. What a way to finish this round, go into Estoril, into round 2, the best possible way. Now, he's seen that his rivals are able to come to the wire. I think we can be sure that we're in for an absolutely incredible season in Moto3 Junior. Here we have the final results. Gianni in 11th, Singapore in 12th, going on. P16 led Yap Fernandez, and 17th Enriquez, 18th Perez, and 19th Yellow. Then in 20th, Vargas, Moroya, Nino, second Alvarez in 23rd, P24, Russo, 25 Pilato, San Juan in 26th, Silver Mountain 27th, and David Gonzalez in 20th. And Edwin Gutierrez also bottom with Nicholas and Zani. These are the rider standings then. Giulio Pugliese does take the lead. Carlos Canna into 2 in the standings. Zani in 3rd. Travis Ball will jump after the second race, 14 positions to P6. Bucosa also moving up 12 positions into P8. Capuchin moves up to 16. A lot of chopping and changing in this opening round over the course of the 2 races. An absolutely incredible edition of Moto3 Junior. Absolutely sensational performance from all of these riders. Absolutely fantastic racing, and it's the racing that we've been accustomed to when we've seen this class in action. It was Pugliese who came out on top in race 2, but everyone will be raring to go in Estoril for round 2. We'll see you next. Barcelona, Catalunya, and the Moto2 European Championship goes again. Race 2, and after everything that happened in race 1, the standings are beginning to take shape, and a track that has already proved its ability to sort the quick from the consistent. The next laps matter enormously. Early point leads can evaporate. Championships have been won and lost before they felt like they'd even started. The pressure is on, the riders are ready, and Montbelow is waiting. Race 2 of the Moto2 European Championship. It's time to go racing. Race 1 in the Moto2 European Championship in 2026, delivered from start to finish. Eric Fernandez from pole was absolutely sensational, developing what looked like a very significant lead early on, but his challenges were never too far behind. The likes of Milan Pavlic, Denis Foggia, for example, putting on the pressure as well as they could. It was Eric Lavala, the bullet, who seized an early lead that began to look very difficult to rein in indeed. Pavlic moved into P2. Fantastic move turn 5 there. A very tricky left-hander to get to grips with. But then we saw Eric Fernandez crashing out of the lead. He wasn't under pressure and yet was able to rejoin and did so in style, managing to forge his way through the ranks, plough his way through the field to try and get back into the points, while Unai Aradji and Milan Pavlic traded blows in the battle for the top spot on the podium. As you can see there, Eric Fernandez was not giving up whatsoever. He wanted points. A different rider might have been a bit more relaxed about it, not Fernandez. Meanwhile, at the front, Aradji would be pursued and eventually hunted down at turn 1 by our reigning champion, Milan Pavlic. See there, Fernandez not giving an inch as he looked to try and finish in the points. Getting all the experience he can on that Moto2 machine. In the end, it was Pavlic who win ahead of Unai Aradji, beginning his season as he left off last year. Well, it's time for race 2 here in Catalunya in the Moto2 European Championship. Race 1 delivered drama, it delivered action, it delivered absolutely everything that you might want from a motorcycle race here in Barcelona. My name's Conor Doherty and I'm joined by Jack Amy for proceedings, our penultimate race of round 1 of the FIM Moto Junior World Championship. Jack, and it's been absolutely sensational so far.
It has been a sensational day of racing so far, none more so than Moto2 race 1. Earlier, as we saw in the highlights, Fernandez looked like he was able to control proceedings but crashed at turn 10 and then dropped all the way back down the order before quite literally carving his way through the field to claim P11. So a good recovery from him, but out in front it was Pavlic versus Aradji, and it was the reigning champion who came out on top.
Absolutely, it's been very interesting to see how Eric Fernandez manages to recalibrate his mind after that. It looked like he didn't need to really do it. You say carve through the field with a sharp knife. It was incredible to watch. There was a reason why we included someone who finished in P11, I think it was, in the highlights so frequently. He was taking risks, he was determined to try and finish as high up as possible because he thinks that he is a real contender for this year's Moto2 Crown.
Yeah, and he should feel he's a contender based on what we saw last year. He was fighting at the front fairly consistently. He was on pole here, so we know he's got the 1 lap speed. The question is whether he can bounce back from what happened in race 1. And I guess, obviously we haven't been able to speak to him since, but part of wanting to carve through the field, A, get 5 points on the board. Even if it's only 5 points, it could be crucial at the end of the year. B, just prove that you can still race without, I would say, without crashing. He did obviously hit someone going through turn 5, but didn't crash, made contact with. But just to make sure that in the mindset he has, that he can still, well, he can race and it's fine and he doesn't have to worry for race 2. And like you said earlier, he'll understand how the tyres work over 15 laps, but also 15 laps in the pack, or 13 laps in the pack, or whatever it was. So he'll have a lot of crucial data as well, which should help him in race 2.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be using everything he can to try and Well, I wouldn't say he needs to make amends for the opening race because he performed so well after that initial crash. But
To get the result on the board,
Exactly, yeah.
his pace probably deserves.
probably considered, absolutely. So it'll be very interesting to see whether he can pull away as well as he did in that opening race this time around as well. I mean, his rivals have now been warned. They know what he's going to try to do. Whether they're able to stop him is another question entirely.
It is, and they would have seen him pull away, push it to build a gap, but also then crash. So maybe from their point of view, they can just think, we keep the pressure on. Maybe something else happens. We see Dennis Foggia here starting from P2, drop back a bit in race 1 in his first race in the Moto4 European Championship, which perhaps isn't too much of a surprise given that he's fairly new to him, but still a strong performance so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually saw him briefly taking the lead very, very briefly over Eric Fernandez, who struck back immediately, showing him at this level no one's going to be giving you any quarter whatsoever. And this rider from Poland, least of all Milan Pavelich, his first race of the year, first win. He's the reigning champion. He's got to be so happy right now. It's a shame that he's unable to really celebrate what was an incredible opening race.
Yeah, great race from Pavelich, starting his title campaign in the perfect fashion, claiming victory. It was a tactical battle, I think, is the way to describe it with Aradre. Aradre sort of took the lead and then looked like he had a gap, looked like he was managing it, but Pavelich was just closing, and eventually was able to pass the number 10 to take victory.
Yeah, that's something we've seen Aradre do before, actually. Over the course of last season, he showed that he's got tremendous pace. He's able to really ride by himself as well, but this time around, it feels like Pavelich was just able to stay close enough and help when the moment was right.
The thing for Aradre is that when Pavelich got past, is to make sure that he was able to learn from what the Polish rider was doing. If he can do that and take that into race 2, then he's got a good chance of fighting for the podium, for the win. He did, yeah. He, in the end,
P5, I think it started P5.
yeah, I mean, starting P5, finishing P5, it's obviously decent, it's good. He was 9.5 seconds away from Pavelich in the lead of the race, but we know how strong Pavelich is, so a very good opening race effort from Catalunya.
So we have 5 minutes to go, Mark. Yeah, it was. I think the way from the first race on pole that we had the obvious push from Fernandez right at the start. He very much pulled away. Then the battle behind with Palamera, Aradre. So it'll be interesting to see how this race develops as well. It's going to progress in the same kind of way, or now everyone's showing their cards, who's going to be the first to react?
It's also going to be who's been able to learn the most from race 1 now that the temperatures are even hotter. We just saw Francesco Mongiardo on the podium earlier in race 1. Was able to have a bit of a chat with him on the way down to Park Farm earlier. Knee and shoulder is okay, not getting really good. He described race 1 as hot, which I feel like is an understatement.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the riders have been describing the races as hot so far, whether you're actually Italian or Spanish or whatever other language you're speaking with them in.
Maybe not for Jacob Woolston from Australia. This is relatively cool, I would imagine, for him, but a solid effort on his first appearance in the Moto2 European Championship as well.
Yeah, he can only be proud of himself for the points that he delivered in that opening race. A very good way to get to grips with what is a very, very competitive class. And showed that he's capable of this and that he's capable of taking the battle to other riders as well.
Yeah, P7 in race 1, just behind teammate Dennis Foggia, and the two were the leading Boscascura riders in the field, so a solid effort for both Foggia and Woolston.
Speaking of solid effort, Valentino Rossi had a fantastic opening race.
Yes, finished in P4, 9 seconds away from victory. Just fended off Palamera in the latter stages, but a very good race from the Italian.
Minutes left to go. Final preparations taking place. The last words of advice. Final Moto2 European Championship race of round 1 in the FAM Moto Junior World Championship. Harrison Boyd then.
Yeah, P8 in race 1 this morning, just a few seconds away from Ralston and, well, a few seconds from Ralston, a few more seconds from Podium, but a solid top 10 effort for the Australian rider.
Yeah, you can be pleased with the initial foray here in Barcelona, Catalunya. It's down. We're doing everything they can to prevent the coolness of the rider. Parasol, umbrella, whatever you want to call it. Very much necessary out here today in Barcelona. Very much the kind of day that if you weren't at the circuit, or maybe you go to the beach.
100% you would be, if you were, as you say, at the circuit watching this incredible racing, these incredible championships, you would more than likely be heading to the beach or maybe a barbecue or...
Well, the Australians can have a barbecue, the Catalans can go to the beach. But I think everyone can agree that it's better to be here at the circuit, watching Moto2, watching this European Championship unfold, because the calibre of the racing is second to none. It's been absolutely sensational so far here in Montmello.
Yeah, race 1 delivered in the end of the season, or the second penultimate round of the season last year was held here, and again it was an incredible fight, and Pavlets and Oradre were the protagonists there as well, so expect more of the same.
Absolutely. So ahead of race 2, let's take a look at this starting grid then. Makes their final preparation there. Fernando Paul, joined on the front row by Denis Foggia and Milan Pavelic. Behind them on row 2 is Unai Oradre, Javier Palomera and Francesco Mongiardo. On row 3 we've got Jacob Ralston, Alessandro Rossi and Harrison Boyd. On row 4, Gambia, Uruguay, Van Tapia and Stefano Neto. Rounding out row 4. On row 5 we've got Ruben Romero, Russell Moore and John Bear. And Joan Santos, Maserati in 19th, in 20th, Manuel Bruno, Gabriel 21st, then Rini, Patrick and 12th, and then after them it's Muristegi, Del Olmo, Van Rosmalen and Eisengold at the back. Well, we are underway with the warm-up lap. Not sure how much warmer we need to get, but here we are. It's a very important moment, actually, for the riders as they final preparations come to grips with the tarmac out here.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore the jokes that you made out of it is a very important lap. They obviously have the sighting map to the grid, so they would need to get a rough idea of how the track feels, how the tyres feel, everything that you need to know ahead of the race. But this is the last chance to get that information to prepare to adapt to what the track's going to throw at you. Because it will be different from this morning, because the temperatures have risen that much more. Air temperature is still hovering around 29-33. Track temperature will be considerably higher, but yeah, it's the last chance to sort of understand where the feeling is, where the grip is.
Absolutely. An absolutely crucial moment ahead of the race as we go through turn 7 now, approaching sector 3. There we have it. Completion of the track temperature, 49 degrees. It's quite hot. That is quite hot. We began today's session at 28, so that's 20 degrees hotter. So,
but it also will depend on where the temperature is, because if it's right in the sun, it's going to be considerably more. If it's closer to the shade, then it's quite cool.
I can only work with the information I have provided by our wonderful graphics team, who do deserve a special round of applause as well, because the new graphic package for the entire FIM Moto Junior World Championship is absolutely incredible.
It is fantastic.
You can see the championship there. 25 points in the opening race of Moto 2 Championship, followed by Unai Oradre. And as you can see, that rivalry just across the board here. Moto Junior.
Fernando's just waving his hand there as he comes through the final corner to start, or to get onto the grid for the race start.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a wave of frustration or irritating people on the riders. We've seen Eric Fernandez taking pole position. Love to get away as well as he did last time. There's the red flag at the front. Just about ready to go. There's Foggia there, the green flag is waving now at the back. We'll have the lights on. At any moment, there they are. The revs are rising. It's lights out and we are away in Moto2 European Championship. It's race 2 and once again Eric Fernandez gets away so well on this kilometre-long start-finish straight. The pressure is immediately there. It's Dennis Foggia who's putting it on. He's trying to get on the inside of Eric Fernandez and able to do so, and that's very much how the race one unfolded as well.
Yeah, in race 1, Foggia was able to get alongside and ahead for turn 1, and that was it. So Fernandez improving there, not letting Foggia get ahead of him at the opening corner, but Foggia is currently staying right on Fernandez's tail.
Yeah, Foggia really piling on the pressure onto Fernandez early on here. To see how the race develops though, but you have to imagine that Dennis Foggia is going to be employing that maturity, that experience from the World Championship here. This time around, he's going to be able to make it count for a little bit more.
This is all about learning for Foggia at this stage of the race. We just need to run slightly wide in turn 5, but no harm done that. Just on Unai Eradre, he has dropped to P9 on this opening lap. He's 1.5 seconds behind Fernandez already.
That's going to be very impressive. Very interesting to see how that develops there. As we approach turn 10, a real overtaking hotspot, a real opportunity for someone to make a move. No one in this lead group seems to be taking the bait just yet. Although Foggia did seem to be going a little bit wide there.
There's multiple lines you can take through turns 10 and 11, so I don't think that there's anything to worry about for Foggia. Perhaps he just prefers taking a slightly wider line through turns 10 and 11.
As we approach turn 14, first time in this 15-lap race.
Emmanuel Brinton there, he retired from race 1 earlier, so hoping to put him right currently in P18. Maybe he'll be able to get ahead and fight for the points.
Foggia trying to get as close as possible here. Approaching turn 1.
Just know Jacob Woolston currently in P4. I think he's just been demoted to P5 by Palamera, who's up 1 race, but Ralston had a good start on lap 1, moving up into what was P4.
Yeah, now he's P5, as you said, he is up 2 positions though. I don't think Yambias got 4 positions to P6. He did something very similar in the first race as well, didn't he? He was able to really fight his way through, got towards the front of the pack, but then kind of just lost a bit of momentum as the race went on.
Yeah, perhaps pushed a bit too much in the opening few laps, and that cost him at the end of the race. We know in any class tyre management is crucial in Barcelona because of the track surface, especially when it's hot. So I would imagine it was just pushed too much, and that cost him at the end of the race. Foggia is still all over the back of Fernandez, just 0.174 between them at the last timing point. And it looks like he's even closer through turn 9. Will he get the run on Fernandez into turn 10?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It's Pavelec behind as well, watching this battle unfold between these two. He goes a bit tighter, but he's unable to make the move there.
That was Foggia ahead. Foggia is ahead of Fernandez.
Dennis Foggia takes the lead for the first time here in the Moto2 European Championship. As we head towards turn number 14, Foggia leads from Eric Fernandez, and he's already building a bit of a gap.
The gap out to 2.5 tenths before they cross the line. Let's see what it is as they do cross the start-finish line, up to 0.282. So Foggia really pushing. He was half a second quicker than Fernandez on that last lap. And Pavelec is now all over the back of Fernandez as well. Number 44 up the inside of turn 1 for P2.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse for Eric Fernandez. It's now Foggia who lead Pavelec, who won race 1, currently in P2. Well, Foggia has reason to be concerned if he's got Pavelec behind him as well, our reigning champion. But just there as well, Unai Eradre incredibly quick, but Marco Tapien, they seem to have some kind of technical issue and will have to withdraw here.
Yeah, he's pulled off his bike on the exit of turn 14, I think. So it looks like that'll be fairly easy to recover for the marshals. as Foggia leads, and the gap is extending. It's 0.367. Oladre in P8 now with the fastest lap of the race. And just like Mongiardo has also dropped down. He's down to P9 behind Oladre.
Yeah, Rajic has made a move on Alessandro Morossi as well. So Oladre going from strength to strength, which is, again, what we saw in race 1. Oladre very capable of ploughing his way through the pack and taking the fight to the leaders.
He is, yeah. It's nothing that we didn't expect really, given his form last year. There's a bit of smoke, I think, from Pavlets under braking, really pushing hard. He's got slightly wide, but Fernandez not able to get up the inside at turn 11. So Pavlets just about holds on to P2, but that will allow Foggia to build a bit more of a gap as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what Foggia needs as well at this point. Allow the bickering behind him to continue. He can pull away, try and do exactly what Eric Fernandez did in the first race, but take it to a conclusion that's more favourable.
Yeah, without the crashing from the lead thing, I think is what Foggia will be aiming for. The number 7 leading.
It's quite key.
Yeah, it's very key. 1:43.343 last time round from. Oh, sorry, that is Foggia's best lap. So he's still 2 turns clear of Pavlet. Pavlet's not letting him go, and Fernandez also still in the mix as well.
Yeah, Palomero as well, just behind Eric Fernandez. But the number 40.
It's Emmanuel Brinton once again bringing his bike into the pits.
We return to sector 2 and our race leaders. Dennis Foggia, the Italian, on his initial round here in the Moto2 European Championship. We head down towards turn 5, the tough left-hander, Unai Oradre, making a very, very bold move there on the inside of turn 5. And now he's up to P6.
Yeah, Oradre on the inside of Facundo Yambias at 5. A brave move considering how far back he was when they started braking for turn 5, but he made it work.
Absolutely. Now he's got to get ahead of Jacob Rolston there.
Yeah, he's all over the back of Rolston already. So, and Yambias, I think, has dropped another position as well.
We go into sector 4. Still Foggia who leads ever so well to maintain the lead since taking it. As we approach turn 14, the exit, of course, so important.
Look at the gap Foggia's been able to build already. Just visually, he keeps extending it and extending it. Now just under half a second to Pavlets, but we know how strong Pavlets is in the second half of a race. So if number 44 stays in this position, I think he'll consider himself favourite at this point.
Well, he's got a lot of self-belief, so I'm sure he will. But Palomero on the back of Eric Fernandez there. So close. He's going to try and make a move here on the inside. Not quite close enough. Yeah, Eric Fernandez not getting away as well this race at all as he did in the opener.
I wonder if he's decided just to sit behind Pavlets and Foggia and just see what they're doing and not necessarily push too much. We're just getting a replay heading into turn 1 of the heavy braking zone, and it's Foggia first of all, of course, and then Pavlets as the field goes through. It's an incredible camera angle in slow motion that we have down at turns 1 and 2.
Very professional camera team. I'm very grateful for it. And Foggia's still leading them.
The gap now up to nearly 7/10 of a second.
Yeah,
Fernandez
really
looking
away,
back behind just to see who's closest. Still Palomera all over the back of the number 4. But yeah, Foggia is starting to pull away. They did lose a couple of attempts in that sector, but still got enough of a gap to Pavlets behind.
No, it's half a second really. So he'll be very happy with the way this race is unfolding so far. For the rest of the riders, this is much closer than maybe some of them would have been expecting, even after so few laps so far.
Perhaps, yeah, but we know that in these conditions, this heat, it's going to be time management more than outright pace. So if Foggia is able to do this pace while managing his tires, he's in a very good position. But again, we know how strong Pavlets is at the end of a race, and Oladre has got ahead of Jacob Rolston now, so he moves up into P5.
Yeah, Oladre's really going for it here, isn't he? He did it in the first race, he's doing it again in the second. Oladre showing us exactly why he's an early favourite. Contending for the title once again this year.
He is, yeah. His race path is very good. He obviously came through the World Supersport 300 World Supersport ranks, where race path is hugely important. So it's no surprise to see that has transferred into the MotoGP European Championship.
No surprise whatsoever. Unai Radre then doing exceptionally well. Now up into 5. Still watching who leads though.
Looks like Panamera has just dropped a couple of bike lanes to Fernandez as well. A bit of a moment there on the change of direction through turn 7 and 8, but I don't think anything to worry about. And actually now through turn 9, it looks like he's a little bit closer again. So just a bit of ebbing and flowing at this stage.
Yeah, we've still got 9.5 laps to go. No, more of the same, please. And he's currently up in the final spot on the podium. Top 7 this time around. So strong in the first race. Not strong here, but looks like everyone stepped it up a notch for race 2.
Everyone would have learned something from race 1 with tyre degradation and everything that goes with the grip, the temperatures, etc., etc. So no surprise. I think it's good for Fernandez at this stage that he's just a little bit of a gap to Panamera, who's now having to defend from Unai Radre, but also staying in the mix for a podium or a win. Radre on the inside at turn 1. Panamera with his leg dangling, but Radre just comes on through, moves up into P4.
Yeah, Radre showing real aggression, real strength. He knows exactly how to get the best out of that bike, and he's done that once again to move up to P4.
Panamera fighting back. We just cut to a replay of another riding style comparison at turn 1. Foggia, first of all, as he is leading this race through into turn 1. But it did look like Panamera was fighting back on Radre through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. All these riders opening, exchanging first blows. You see the bearing there. Oh, and there goes the bike. And here we have Dennis.
Radre is ahead of Panamera again, so I wonder if that came at turns 4 or 5. But the number 10 seems to be ahead. If he can defend now into turn 10, you would think that would be his position.
Yeah, he's going to have to be strong here though, and it does look like he's going to be able to defend well. As you mentioned, the racecraft of Unai Radre is capable of demonstrating his absolute fantastic.
Here's the move from Radre to regain P4 then, done under braking at turn 5 on the inside, leaving Panamera nowhere to go.
Absolutely incredible. Move there from Radre.
Yeah, great move from the Spanish rider to move into P4, and now he's chasing down Eric Fernandez. A few tenths between them at the last timing point, and that gap is pretty much the same as they start this lap.
Yeah, Radre's going to be thinking about the riders going ahead of him, but it does look like he's got the pace. He's so fast car earlier, so strong. Instead, trying to find his way through the likes of Eric Fernandez and Pavlich and apply the pressure on Foggia.
He does, yeah. It does look like he is a bit more comfortable on the bike at this stage, and given the chatter we saw him have in race 1, it's quite the turnaround for Radre. Already latched onto the back of Fernandez heading into turn 4.
Yeah, he's looking for Valentino Rossi with him as well, so what was looking like a 3-4-way battle could well become a 5 or 6-way battle in the front.
It does look that way. Radre was all over the back of Panamera heading into, all over the back of Fernandez heading into turn 5. No move to make through turn 6, 7 or 8, and you would think not turn 9 either, but turn 10, Radre, if he gets a good run out of cancer, then he has a very good chance of making the move under braking at turn 10.
And we know he's not scared to make that move either, as we are on the run down. Is he going to line it up here?
Did have a look, did show Fernandez his front wheel, but opted against going for the actual move. But tighter line through 10 and 11, and no, Fernandez is able to hold on.
Yeah, Fernandez really well defending there. But he's got a problem on his hands here. He's got a real problem in the shape of Unai Radre. Here it's going to be waiting for the right moment to make a move and to move into the final podium position.
Yeah, Radre, you would think, I mean, it looks like he has the pace advantage over Fernandez at this point, so you would think the number 10 will want to make this move as quickly as he can so he can latch onto Pavlet and Foggia. at the front. The gap has come down to just 0.3 of a second as Aradre does make the move at turn 1. I think that was a little bit of contact there. No harm done. Both riders able to continue, and Aradre is up into the podium places.
Yeah, Aradre moves into P3, and he's shown us time and time again that he's just so strong in Sector 1. On that previous lap, he was the fastest in the sector, and this time around, well, it's likely to be the same. Unai Aradre now on the podium, and he's going to be hunting down Milan Pavelic as well, his old rival from last year.
Pavelic is around 0.4 of a second clear of Aradre as we see a replay of the move. Under braking, Aradre is on the inside. Did they make any contact? They were close for sure. It looked like, yeah, just Aradre's foot looked like it just tapped Fernandez's bike, but both are able to continue, and Aradre up into the podium places.
Yeah, it really did look like it was a matter of time for Aradre. He'd been so strong over the course of this race so far, getting his way towards the front, and once he was in a position to take a podium, well, he just took it.
Yeah, exactly, and now Aradre already looking at Pavelic at turn 10 on the inside. Can't get alongside the Polish rider under braking, but Pavelic is wide, and that should allow Aradre through. No, Pavelic is able to hold the outside line and defend P2. He's wide again through 11 and 12 though. Can Aradre get close, or is Fernandez going to fight back? Fernandez is all over the back of the number 10 as well now.
Yeah, you can't imagine that Fernandez is going to give this up at all. There's still plenty to play for here. Fernandez is going to look to take that position back on the podium from Unai Aradre. And he's going to be looking as well to try and find his way to the front for a potential win as well. Starting on pole position, he's fallen down to P4 now. He's going to be biding his time, but he needs to make this move quickly on Unai Aradre, who's very much helping one of the strongest riders out on track right now.
He has, yeah. It looked like Aradre and Pavelic, the gap went in favour of Pavelic last time round, but there's still only a 1.5 2 tenths between them. So again, it's just a bit of ebbing and flowing. Fernandez will need to defend from Panamera at this point, but he does really need to focus on Aradre ahead of them. Panamera is all over the back of the number 4 into turn 4.
Yeah, Panamera looks really close there, not that much to make a move though. It's still Foggia who's leading, but that's just 0.3 of a second now from Pavelic, and Aradre getting close as well as we go through turn 5. Not quite close enough either to make a move, but knowing Aradre, it's a matter of time as well. If he can just get a bit closer, and then he'll just have himself ahead.
It is probably a matter of time for Aradre, but again, we know how strong Pavelic is in this stage of the race. So, 0.3 to Foggia, you would think, based on what we know from Pavelic, and obviously we know Foggia is very experienced in World Championship racing, but this is a new championship for him. And it looked like, again, Pavelic's a bit wide, but Aradre couldn't quite make the move stick. But they're soon going to be all over the back of Foggia. The gap is now under 2 tenths.
Yeah, Pavelic's just fighting 2 battles really at the same time. He needs to be aggressive to try and beat Foggia, but he needs to be defensive to hold back Aradre's seemingly relentless assault here.
As soon as you start riding defensively, you're going to lose touch with the guy in front. So for Pavelic, just focus on Foggia, and if Aradre comes through, go with him, because he will have good race pace that you can use to your advantage as well.
And it could be coming through right now. Not quite close enough there. Pavelic also considering a move going into turn 1.
Aradre on the back of Pavelic through turns 1 and 2. Foggia looks like just able to extend that gap out a little bit through that opening chicane and into turn 3, up to around 2.5 tenths, but that's nothing. And we've got a 5-rider scrap for victory going on right now.
Yeah, this is Moto2 European Championship at its very best.
Aradre was wide, and that's going to allow Fernandez through on the inside of turn 4, but Aradre will have the inside at turn 5, and he's able to keep that position. But a rare mistake from Aradre.
A rare mistake in Fernandez, because Fernandez will be fuming that he wasn't able to take advantage of it as well as he might have done as well. You don't think he saw it coming?
No, and it was a good recovery from Aradre as well to make sure that he was able to keep position, and he just immediately made sure he had the ideal line into turn 5 to keep Fernandez at bay.
Yeah, what a battle this will be. Aradre really the protagonist proceedings of the last couple of laps as well. Ahead of Rich now at turn 10, not quite close enough.
This is just a mistake of Aradre running slightly wide and allowing Fernandez through on the inside, but that gave Aradre the inside for turn 5, and that allowed him to defend position.
If you're gonna make that kind of mistake, covered so well. Prepared to cross over the finish line again. We do have a rider down here. Facundo Yambia.
That's a shame for the Uruguayan after what was a strong opening half of the race, really, for the number 94. It looks like turn 10 he's come down at, but good to see him walking away.
Yeah, absolutely. He was so strong, I think, there from P6 as well.
And Andre is all over the back of Pavlets once again, heading into the second sector. We'll just see the end of Yambias's crash. It looks like the typical turn 10. Lose the front under braking, and that's the hopes of a strong result over. But good to see him walking away. As we see Oradre, is he going to make the move at turn 5? He is!
Oradre gets ahead of Milan Pavlic and now will be in a position to hunt down Foggia at the front of this Moto2 race. Unless Pavlic tries to hit back, he's not able to get close enough to do so. So as it stands, it's Foggia, Oradre and Pavlic.
Pavlets will need to respond immediately. We still have yellow flags at turn 10 though after the Yambias crash. So no overtaking into this corner as it stands. You can just see in the background the marshals work. Well, no, the yellow flag's now in. The yellow flags are in, so they could make a move, but no one is close enough at this point. Foggia is still leading. He's a bit wide from 10, but I think it's just his preferred line. 3 tenths clear of Oradre with Pavlets now in P3. Sorry.
Turn 13, right-hander there. Turn 14. Oradre now looking to get as close as possible against Foggia. Life's like in the Moto2 European Championship.
The gap over the line, just 0.16 seconds, so very, very close. A tenth and a half between the top 2, 3 tenths covering the top 3.
Pavlic is making the move on the inside of Oradre into turn 1. Is he able to make it stick? No. Oradre hits right back, but then Pavlic gives him another blow. Absolutely incredible opening to this lap.
Pavlets will try and come back through turn 3, I would imagine, but Oradre has it covered. That is great news for Foggia, who's able just to build a bit of a gap without really doing anything. Can Pavlets fight back at turn 4? No.
Yeah, a gap that Foggia really had lost over the course of that last lap as well. So yeah, he'll be very, very grateful.
Panamera on the inside of Pavlets at turn 5. That's a brave move from the Spaniard, unable to make it stick. Pavlets defending really well on the outside line, and that will mean Fernandez has the opportunity to get past Panamera, but he defends into turn 7.
Yeah, it's really
He's wide through 7 now. He was wide through 7. That might give Fernandez an opportunity through turns 8 and 9. We just wait to see what happens with that fight. It's Fernandez in P5, so Panamera was able to hold position for now.
2.5 laps to go then as we approach turn 10. No one in this opening group, this leading group, is going to be making a move here just yet. Although it looks like Oradre is getting very, very close to Foggia there. It's worked very much in Pavlic's favour as well to allowed, if that's the word, he'll permit me, Oradre through because he's dragged Foggia back into this battle for the top step on the podium.
That gap that Foggia had lost over the last lap and then regained through turns 1, 2 and 3 has been wiped out already. Oradre a tenth and a half behind him. Let's just see what the gap is across the line. 0.127. Oradre will be close enough to make a move, but will he have to defend from Pavlets?
Well, it remains to be seen. Pavlic is not going to be... There it is. There is Oradre. Hits the front then with just 2 laps to go here in the Moto2 European Championship. The Spaniard is now in P1 and has wrested that position from Denis Foggia. Pavlic remains in P3.
A great overtake from Oradre under braking at turn 1, the common overtaking spot, but he was able to get ahead of Foggia using those brakes. We'll just see a replay of it here, taking the inside line and able to get ahead of the number 7 sideways, sliding his bike as he got it stopped, but able to gain the position.
Fantastic move from Oradre. He's done so well to get himself into this position. He had to fight his way through the pack. He had to take the fight to the leading 3. He's done just that, and he's done it at exactly the right time there.
We just see a replay of Panamera coming through on Pavlets at turn 5. That's an aggressive move from the Spanish rider, and then there's a bit of contact on the exit as well, but that has promoted Panamera into P3.
Panamera now in a podium position. Pavlic down to P4. There's still plenty of time for this to change. It's chopping and it's changing, but it is currently at the front. Unai Oradre to ahead of Foggia and Pavlic out of the podium positions for the first time in this race.
Aradre has a gap of around 3 tenths over Foggia heading through turn 13 on the penultimate lap. That would be enough if this is replicated on the last lap to hold the lead through to the line.
And it's getting wider and wider as well. It's now 0.443. Yeah, Aradre, once he hit the front on this last lap now, Aradre is going to be determined to maintain this lead. Foggia getting as close as he can to try and make a move on the inside. Not quite close enough. Aradre's still ahead. But Pavlic does have time and make the move on Palomera. Pavlic, our reigning champion, moves back into P3.
A good move from Pavlic to regain that podium place under braking at turn 1. Palomera was had a big moment basically through turn 3, so I think he might have pushed a little bit too hard, and that allowed Pavlic to come back through.
Is Foggia going to try and make a move here as we approach turn 5, the left-hander, where we've seen moves time and time again here. Doesn't look like he's quite close enough. It's still Aradre who leads, and he's leading quite, I'm reluctant to say comfortably, but he's leading with the kind of precision we've seen him racing with all day here.
It's relatively comfortable, you would say. Relatively being the operative word. Around 3 tenths still over Foggia, so barring him not hitting his marks, you would think it's under control on this last lap. The interesting thing will be Pavlic and Palomera, whether they are still close heading into turn 10. It looks like Pavlic has got that covered now.
Yeah, just about, but of course anything can happen. It's still Aradre leading as we go into sector 4, the final sector of the final lap of the race. It's still Aradre. We're going through turn 12 now. Aradre ahead of Dennis Foggia. Pavlic on the podium for the time being. Going through turn number 13, approaching 14, the last opportunity for any of these riders to claim a place on the podium. One of them is going to miss out. One of these 4, Unai Aradre is leading as we go through the final quarter onto the start finish straight, and it is Unai Aradre who wins for the first time in 2026 in the Moto2 European Championship. The Moto Racing team is thrilled, and he will be as well. He's joined on the podium by Dennis Foggia and Milan Pavlic. What a race that was. Unai Aradre showing his strength here from start to finish. It was such a tough battle. It was a long and drawn out battle, but he's come out on top.
He has come out on top, and after starting from P4, he dropped down to around P9, P10 over the opening couple of laps. But that was a sensational
Andre exceeding track limits on the last lap.
sapevo che avevamo il passo, gara 2 ho cercato di andare avanti e di fare il mio passo, sapevo che non avrei avuto di più, quindi ho cercato di fare diciamo quel cambio anche per la parte. Vorrei ringraziare tutto il mio team che mi è sempre molto vicino, Luca, Davide, Alessandro, anche Luca Moscoscuro, che mi sono venuti là. Spero di tornare presto a Mondiale e so che c'è ancora molta strada, ma continuerò così.
position.
as well. Look, Riveros was pushing very, very hard. Riveros was pushing very, very hard at the break. chatter as well for him, but nothing. There's nothing to worry about for either. Was slightly wide of the able to keep it under control, no time lost, and again fell on with the foot off the pedal. Just see if we can see. last timing point on the run into turn one. Fallon took a slightly defensive line initially to go back through the line, and is still able to as well. Everyone using the run through 9 and make the move at 10. You would think if he's to have a chance on this podium, and it looks like he's got a great run through the counter, but is it good enough for them? Fernand will go very defensive, but in the other inside, under braking does make it work. But he's wide, Fernand has taken back P3. Oh, costly on that route to me. On the last lap, for the last spot on the podium, and believe is ahead of Fernand now.
Well, our race leader, Valentino, is going through turn 4 now. He's sure he's going to win here in the Stock European Championship. 25 points go his way.
And Fernand will cross the line to take a podium finish ahead of
todo el fin de semana. He intentado estirar el grupo un poco y escaparme. He podido coger un punto de ventaja y he sabido manejar bien para gestionar el balón. En las últimas vueltas se ha dado un pequeño botón para poder coger más ventaja y nada, mi primera victoria aquí en el World Championship.
So welcome to Giulia, hometown of Valentino Rossi. A stone's throw from the Italian Riviera, just down the road from the Misano circuit. This is the epicentre of Rossi World. There's his restaurant, his pizzeria, his clothing shop, his fan club, children's playground, his motor ranch, and the international headquarters of his £30 million a year business. Now, if you haven't been paying attention, how on earth did all this happen? Well, he made his Grand Prix debut at 17 and was world champion at 18. And then he was world champion again at 20, and this time he celebrated with Osvaldo. Four world championships came in 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2008, 2009. No, come on. Is it one championship in 12 years? In 2011, he moved to Ducati. We don't talk about that. In 2013, he moved back to Yamaha, and he really won a championship. What a season. He's competed in 432 Grand Prix, winning 115 of them. He captured the hearts of millions.
So hi to everybody, I said during the season, I take my decision for next year, and I decided to stop at the end of the season. So unfortunately, this will be the last half season as MotoGP rider.
When Valentino announced his retirement earlier this year, we got the chance to sit down with him at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. And normally these things last for about 5 minutes before the ride was a whisper. However, Valo was clearly in the mood for a chat, hung out with us for a good while. So now, for the first time, we can bring you the full chat. Hello.
Ciao. Ciao. Hello.
Welcome.
Ciao.
How are you?
Okay.
Yeah, good, thank you. Do you want to drink or anything? Or you...
Some water if you like.
Yeah, okay. We can do that. So this is the British Racing Drivers Club.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I am an honorary member. Yeah. I want to come to see the race here.
Congratulations on the news about becoming a father.
Thanks a lot.
How exciting.
Very much.
And also congratulations on your 26-year career. Top flight racing. It's unprecedented. My thought is, how on earth have you managed to do 26 years? Let's break it down a little bit. First of all, physically, because you're tall. So have you been on a diet for 26 years?
At the beginning, not a lot. When I was young. In the last 10 years, yes. But it's very important to have the academy guys because if you are together, you have a lot more fun. Because if you have to train alone, it's not easy.
And what about mentally? You know, over 26 years, how have you managed to do time up for work?
I have a normal life. I have normal friends, and I give the maximum for my sport, but I have also rest. This is good, because if you are 100% inside, become happy, I think, for a long time.
You've been able to have your friends go partying, have your holidays, and like you say, have your family.
Yes.
Your mum never misses your birthday, does she? Very important.
Yes. I think this is the secret for the longevity.
And has someone been influential at any time where you maybe have been tired or not wanting to do things? Is she the one that's said,
Yeah. I started to stop in 2019, the first time. And in 2019 is like the first time that I started to wake up from this dream or nightmare. And it's the first time that I feel out of the tunnel. You know? It's like, okay, no, sometimes you expect the opposite, no? Your mom, no, basta, you have to stop, but she pushed me. Yes. She pushed me, and was also very strange the moment that before Austria, I say to them the first time that I stopped swimming, so I was is out because we are neighbor, no? And a lot of time I go to eat to my mother also with Francesca, no? Because he's on the other way. No? And she's a very good chef, cook. Okay. And I say to them, Steffi, tomorrow I have a press conference and I say that I will stop. And she like wash the glasses. Yes, I think it's a good idea. Basta. This is our followers. Yes, I think, yeah. I think it's a good idea. Okay, ciao,
Apart from the on-track action that we see, you've also essentially been camping around the world for 26 years on a motorhome.
Yes.
Right? So what parts of paddock life have you also enjoyed that we maybe don't see?
The best moments are the moments that I share with Uche and Max, especially when we are in the out of Europe, when we start for Japan, Malaysia, Australia. No? When you stay far from home for 25 days and you are very far, you are like in another dimension. No? It's never boring, and I know a lot of other big stars. This is great. I always love this type of life. At the end, in the last 4 or 5 years, I start to wait the airports. Yes, they are the difficult to make always the same. So to start and go in the airport and go in Motegi in the same hotel, in the same room, in the same track, and after from Motegi make the same trip to arrive to Phillip Island. So, but after 25 years, I start to be tired.
What was it about you, technically, do you think, that made you so good?
This is a good question. I think that, allora, first of all, I am a left-hander, but a very particular left-hander, because I am like...
Thank